so that we can,
Yeah, let's go.
let's see what frames we got. Do we have any frames? Oh yeah, we're counting on.
We
Hi
have
everybody.
frames? I don't
Yeah.
see the frames. Oh, I see
Tabo,
the
welcome to
frames.
the
I see them.
stream.
Yeah, Tavo, not one more minute. We're here.
Well, we're pre-gaming here.
Ignition, all systems go. Oh, Kim's pointing the camera around.
Trying to make it nice.
Yeah, it's my. Oh, you got all kinds of goodies
John
here.
Wilburn said that he was gonna stream until we're done, so we want to
Until we're started.
till we're started. Yeah, so we figure we'll just get it
And then
rolling,
let's
so
see how
he
the
knows we're
Studebaker looks.
here.
Does the Studebaker look good? It
Okay.
does. Studebaker's working.
Buddy,
Okay.
I'm awarding you 3 points because you were here early.
Man.
Tavo, I award you 2 points because you was first.
It's cold. But we've got fire going for quite a while today, and I got a heater in front of me. It's like 58 degrees in the shop, so.
Once you get your brain moving and you get
Oh,
working,
man.
you're gonna feel
Oh.
okay.
I keep my room in the house warm with a space heater, warmer than the rest of the house, because I like it like that. And I was in there watching John Wilburn, so I left the warmest room in the house to come up here to the shop.
And I spent the last 2 or 3 hours.
You've been up here moving around?
Yeah,
Yeah,
getting
okay.
things. Well, did you see what's on the stand over there?
No, I walked right back here and got in front
Well,
of the
I'll
heater.
be right back. I don't wanna
Yeah, okay.
be gone too long here, but I'll be right back.
Oh, man. You don't have any warmth. Yeah, it cooled off the last couple of days. Oh, what is that thing? Oh, that's some kind of a piece. Oh, you took it apart.
I cut the drive shaft off. And
Oh, and do
prepped
you remember what the distance was we needed?
No, we're gonna measure and make sure we're 100% on. I think it's 53 3/4 plus 1.5. So I think it's 55 1/4. But we're gonna take a really accurate measurement before we.
Just yinzers.
Yinzers. Oh, welcome to the stream, KJ Kiley. I award you 2 points for being here at exactly the appointed time of stream starting.
And 38 Racing's right. He was in.
He's
He was
cold.
in-
I'm okay.
He was in John Wilburn's.
Once I start moving around, I have enough layers that I warm up really fast. Welcome to the stream, Miss One-Eyed Cat.
So the people from John's show.
Did John wrap it up yet, or are you guys just here early while he's saying his goodbyes?
So yeah, I was listening to John's show, and it's time to come up here to the shop. So I left my nice warm room to come up here, and it's like, whoa, it's like cold out.
Yeah,
So-
you got to get it. Oh, we're maxing out this.
So that's okay. So I put another sweatshirt on and put my hat on, got my hood up, and I'm trying to warm up a bit, you know.
Ho ho ho, Yinzers. Hey, we are doing fantastic. I have been on
That's
this
John
car.
let out. Okay.
Like
John let out. That's all I'm reading the chat.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I shouldn't interrupt.
It's recess. We're here. Welcome to the stream. We are the night crew, the cleanup crew. We're a little bit early because usually we start at 10, sometimes 10:15 or even 10:30 on the end of the week or weekends. But he decided today that he was up early. He wanted to get an early start. So we probably won't go as late as usual, but I don't know. Maybe if we get
Well, and the other thing is,
involved.
I got on the phone with John and coordinated it so that we wouldn't be stepping on each other,
Yeah.
and so that we wanted to end and the other start. And John
Yeah, we
said,
never really intend to step
Yeah.
on anyone's toes. It's tough because there's always somebody streaming. You can't avoid it entirely.
but we are the night crew.
Yeah, except on Tuesday when we're on at 7 Central, but y'all know that already. So, yeah, we're here with the 66, and it's going swimmingly. The motor is in, if you weren't here last week to see that. The engine is set down in there. The transmission is mounted in there as well. It's all mated together, really nice. The starter is installed. The distributor is installed, although I have some wires, a lot of wires to still hook up. But Slant 6s only have like 7 wires, so that won't take too long. The alternator is bracketed. The flex fan is mounted. The radiator is in place, and the bottom hose is hooked up. But we got a thermostat. We tested it tonight. We did a little short of testing it in a pot on the stove. and you're going to probably have to drill a hole in it, and then we'll
I'm gonna have to
install
drill a
it.
hole in it. Yeah.
So that'll be good. Um, we might do that tonight. I don't know.
Oh, we
We
can do
might
it. We can
tinker
do
or we might just talk.
we can do a short on that.
Installing it. Oh,
Yeah,
drilling a hole and
drilling a hole in the
installing it.
thermostat. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
because that'll bleed the air out of it. Then you don't have all these, because when you have boiling water in the block, because you got air spaces in there and it backs up and it burps all out the top of the
It
radiator. That's
makes it a
real.
hassle to
And
bleed
if
the
you
air
drill
out.
a little hole in the thermostat, the system will fill all the
It's
way up.
one and
That won't
done.
happen.
And I think most hot rodders already know that because a very old hot rodder's trick that's been around for centuries. But you got to teach the youngins. You gotta
You
learn
got
the
all these
children.
other ins. You have yinsers and youngins, and they all sound like the same kind of thing.
Is youngins not a word everybody else
I don't
uses?
know. It just sounds like something. Buddy Carfano says, "How you going to balance the drive shaft after you cut it?" I think we're taking off what, an inch and a quarter, inch and 3/4, or something. Big old long drive shaft. I'm hoping it doesn't make any difference, but maybe
We're
we'll learn.
not.
Maybe we'll learn something.
We are going to put it back together the way it came off with a little bit shorter. And I don't think we're A-listers. Yeah, right.
Oh, you know
Okay.
what? Sitting in front of this heater, I'm warming up right away.
Well, good.
Yeah, I'm starting to
Yeah.
feel
I
better.
won't be
Just
able to
sitting here.
get you off of that chair, but at least you're not
If you need
freezing.
help with something, I'll jump up and do it. If we're going to weld the drive shaft, I'll do it.
Well,
But
we have to take
oh,
measurements, and
you
then I
know
have to
what?
drag out the power saw.
You know what?
No, what?
We are really, really low on welding gas.
Yes, we are. I hope we can do it because I
Well,
don't want to have to
I
use
don't want to
flux
get
core.
part way in. No, we're not doing that.
I will.
No, we're not doing it with flux core.
A big booger mess with flux core on that
Yeah,
drive
big
shaft.
old bugger welds on a drive shaft. No, thanks.
I don't know what we'll do if we run out of welding gas.
Am I feeling okay? I'm about 99%. You know,
It's much better. He's
I
most of the way through his antibiotics now.
I had that whatever it was, and it cleared up except for the sore throat, which just went on and on and on. So, oh, just take a deep breath, and guess I got to go to a doctor. So I went to one of those emergency things on Sunday and got some. What the heck did I get? Amoxicillin. So I took my first dose of that Sunday night. So by Tuesday night, I was in pretty good shape. Well, if you're here on the Tuesday night show, I was feeling pretty good, but that's in the house where it's warm. And I'm still taking the stuff, and I feel pretty good. My throat feels good. And then I naturally have kind of a dry throat anyway because I took another med called lisinopril for blood pressure, which also tends to dry the throat. So I still take a cough drop some, but I'm feeling pretty good. Oh, and now I'm sitting in front of this heater. I'm starting to feel normal. Walking over here, that was an abrupt change from being in my room where it was
Oh yeah.
warm to outdoors. It's like, whoa, what happened? What is it out there anyway? I don't think it's that cold.
38 Racing says he uses a whiz wheel to make a notch on the side of the thermostat.
That'll work too.
Yeah, that makes good sense. Some flow through the radiator doesn't. It's going to be a very marginal difference in the amount of a very tiny amount of difference in the amount.
See, most people will think that we're crazy talking about how cold it is because it's 33 degrees Fahrenheit, which is just above zero C, so it's compared to a lot of places, it's not that cold. Well, like compared to last year, this time last year it was below 0 Fahrenheit. So, yeah, it's not all that bad, but it feels cold when you come from a warm bed.
Yeah, he was all bundled up. He was taking his rest because he had a long day.
Oh, I got up at like 7 this morning, and usually we sleep well into the morning, but I got up, got with it, and Kim says tomorrow's going to be a work day, so I took her word for it, and I got up and did a work day. But I didn't work that hard, but I did stuff. And then she didn't feel good. She had a rough night's sleep, so she was struggling to get some rest today. And
I'm doing okay though.
and so she got up here before it got dark and cut a bunch of wood.
Well, enough firewood for a couple days so that we can keep the heat on up in here, and because I have made the commitment to have this car running by New Year's, and I'm gonna do it. Driving is going to be dependent on if we can get this drive. If we can get this drive shaft going, I think it'll be running and driving by New Year's, maybe.
Well, I think it might be before
And
then.
then
Yeah.
yesterday, I realized that I had my linkage inverted.
Oh, she did such a nice job on the linkage. It felt so good. And I'm sitting there doing a short park, reverse, neutral, drive, 2, 1. But you know what? It wasn't. It was 1, 2, drive, neutral, reverse, park.
Yeah, and it wasn't
it's
even
out 180
it wasn't
degrees.
even reaching into park.
So
I figured it out when I was messing with the drive shaft that it was not, and I misunderstood. I thought park was all the way forward, but park is all the way back on the linkage on the transmission. I don't know how I got that backwards, except just to say that I don't do a lot of that.
That same night, she made a new piece of linkage, so you just got to put it in.
So
That's what you can do, is install that.
Well, that's on the itinerary as well. What I was doing today,
show your thing.
I did all the grinding and cutting and all the noisy stuff that's hard to watch. And so I had the linkage here on the same side, and now it's over here. So when you move the shifter linkage here, now it reverses because it's on the opposite side. Hey, I bent the linkage and everything.
Have no fear.
Oh, potato, potato, potato! Dougster Wolverine Garage is here. Welcome to the stream. Check out Dougster's new content. He is.
See, 38 Racing says on the drive shaft, set it on a very flat surface. Get the yokes in time and measure both yokes bore to bore. Yeah, that's how we'll do it, bore to bore. And then of course, this thing fits down inside the tube, so that'll help us a lot. Although there's some grind.
Well, I'm going to put a tube through there, and then we'll be able to sight it.
Well, yeah, and if you sight, I call it an optical. This is a fancy name because somebody would want to know what I'm doing in the airplane world. I'd say, oh, it's an optical comparator. But what it is, you take 2 tubes or 2 bars or something like this, and you move your head back and forth. If they're like this at all, you'll see it'll look like scissors when you move your head back and forth.
Especially if you've got like a foot of distance from your fulcrum, it exaggerates it rapidly.
But if you get them perfect, they'll just cover each other up. You get things really good like that. I used to do tails on airplanes like that. I'd get them perfect,
And as long as you have them indexed properly, I think the other direction could be off just the tiniest bit and you won't have problems. But we'll measure it all and we'll check it twice. We'll find out who's naughty, who's nice.
This Mama M3 says, I've missed a lot of lives the last 2 weeks. Overworked. I've been half sick. Been in bed by 8 most nights. Man, we were sick. We missed. Usually we do our big live on Tuesdays, and we do a bunch of them from the shop. Well, we missed 1 week. We didn't do any from the shop, and then we did another one that was like one night from the shop, and it just made me sicker, So, yeah, we're getting back with it again. And of course, Tuesday will be our Christmas Eve show, and I don't know if we're going to be on Christmas or not. We might just pop in. Who knows? I don't know what we're going to do, but I mean, Kim and I are the only family here, so we'll. We might just pop in here to this family. I don't know what everybody's doing on Christmas. Okay, I got off subject from the chat.
I can't really see the chat, but I look prettier without my glasses.
I was scared, Dougster, and now instead I'm feared.
Oh, Dougster had to go. But thanks for stopping in, Dougster.
100 points at the dart does New Year's burnouts. That dart's not going to do burnouts. Might do, like if we back it into the wet leaves, it might do burnouts. It's a slant 6 4-door car.
It's got
I don't know though. It's got 345 gears in rear end, and now it's got a torque converter. Yeah, it might.
I might be. It's only a 1-tire fryer though. It's only going to be a 1-tire burnout. If I give it a little bit of water to get it going, I'll bet you it will do burnout. New Year's burnout. I get 100 points. 100 buddy points.
What's she good? You can buy your Subaru from yourself?
Yeah. I got to pay to have it shipped here, though.
Parallax. That's what makes people think all those Mylar balloons are UFOs. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm gonna stop coughing. I'm gonna be chewing into the
Dean
cough drops tonight.
Dean Stevenson is going to make sure Christmas is safe for everyone by having it first.
He will.
He is. Well, he'll be halfway through it at least before we
Well, you know
start.
what? When we do the live
Yeah.
Tuesday night, it'll be Christmas there.
Oh man.
But if I could do burnouts with a stock Pinto,
You know what?
yeah, this thing might be okay.
I really struggled to get the tires spinning without the car rolling away when it had the three on a tree and the whooped motor. So with a nice fresh engine and the automatic transmission, because I've got torque multiplication with the automatic, you'd think I could get a burnout, right? 345s? I don't want to hurt it. If we can get it tuned in and we're not having any problems, we'll do a burnout. But there's a lot of unknowns, you know? There's a lot of unknowns. We changed transmissions and engine.
I think, I like the old 3 on a tree and everything, but I think you're going to be pretty happy with this thing with an automatic behind it.
Yeah,
It'll
it'll
be
be
it'll be a
fun.
pretty nice car, yeah.
It'll be fun.
Um,
I mean, there's people who are probably upset that I'm taking the three on the tree out, but
but
to drive
the way
it,
you
to
did the
drive
linkage
it
and the clutch pedal's still there, you can put it back. You know,
with the auto, you won't need 3 feet. That's right. And I don't know what I can do to. Maybe I'll make something to lock out the front brake or the rear brakes. I did that on the van. I have a lockout for the rear brakes on the van. Is that a secret I shouldn't tell anybody
what's that now?
about?
Say that again.
I have a
Oh
pressure
no,
valve that shuts off the pressure to the rear brakes, so you can just the pedal just activates the front brakes, and I can get the van spinning the tires, especially we put little tires on it.
ooh,
Uh,
ooh, ooh. But I got my hands in this thing. Trying.
Mike N says, "Welcome to the stream, Mike. Um, in all your years of aviation, have you ever seen anything that looked otherworldly? Not just unidentified, but otherworldly. Because I'm
No.
sure you've seen unidentified
Oh yeah,
things.
UFOs like that actual phrase, something unidentified. Yeah, of course you see stuff you don't know what it is. Like, what the hell is that? And it's like a night flight and it's way out in front of you or something. You can't figure out what it is. But most things, have red and green and lights, so you know which is the right and which is the left side. And if it's white, it's the back. But no, I haven't seen anything otherworldly. I used to joke around a bit that we weren't allowed to speak with the aliens out at the test site, but we never did speak the aliens out at the test site. Um, Damien has learned how to get both tires to spin on the dart.
Nice, nice. It's fun. It's just it's dumb, but it's fun. He have big time? I may have too much tread. I need some little pizza cutters on there. That makes it easier to spin them too. Um, Dean Stevenson says pour gasoline and then with a spark you can do a burnout. Well, humanitarian service? I don't know. Okay. Tavo says when I had my AP5 63 Valiant with the 225, an automatic and a 323 rear end, single leg wheel spin anytime you liked. Yeah, I could see that. But what uh, tire profile were you in on that? Because stock tires are pretty narrow, and it put a lot of air in them, so they're barely touching the ground, and you probably yeah spin them.
And Dean Stevenson says it's because in the southern hemisphere, you're turning the other way, and that's why they can spin the other tire easier. I
Oh,
don't know about that nonsense.
interesting. 38 Racing seems to be an advocate for the line locks. Absolutely. Because, see, I usually keep my brakes really well adjusted, and so that makes it tough. It just wants to roll away.
In the rental car, there's KJ Kiley in the rental car companies. If the rental car companies knew what I did to their cars. They would have blacklisted me. You know, out there when we were at the test site, we're almost always on a rental car. Everybody had rental cars. And there was a guy out there that one of the rental companies, the one that we were, you know, we'd go for months or a year with one rental company, and then they move us to another one. I don't know why, but there was one guy, and they wouldn't rent to him anymore because he ruined too many rental cars. And he was actually proud of that they wouldn't rent to him because he was so rough on them.
I mean,
He bent the front. We had dirt roads out there that were really rough, and it was one that went up like this and went down into a dip, and then it came back up. And you can imagine out in the desert with dirt roads. And this guy went through that so fast with a Lincoln. What's the SUV? The big Lincoln SUV, Lincoln Navigator. He went through that dip so hard with the Lincoln Navigator that he bent the car so the doors wouldn't open and close right. And that's when he got blacklisted. Except they didn't call it blacklisted. They call it something else. I don't remember, but they wouldn't rent to him anymore. And he was proud of that. He's like, Hertz won't rent to me anymore. You idiot. There were people that were really rough on rentals. I remember one guy had a Subaru wagon out there, and it had rained, so the desert was just muddy as hell. And he went out and drove that thing four-wheel drive all through the desert. And that thing had probably an inch of mud all over the whole car, and the only thing you could see out of was where the windshield wipers were, because he run the windshield wipers. He's going through the mud. Another guy is too rough on vehicles, and he took that thing back like that. I bet they charged him for that, because cleaning that car was not just hosing it off. That had to be quite a job. And he thought that was funny. Yeah, it's dumb. You get young guys working in positions like that, and some can be pretty foolish.
Did you see that our friend at
Oh, I don't know.
where'd he go?
Oh, who did I miss?
Functional Histories.
Who?
Your friend at Functional Histories. Oh no, at What It's Like.
Oh, What It's Like. Hey, Jay from What It's Like. I missed that. If any of you have ever watched a show called What It's Like, or a channel called What It's Like, he does like old cars. Like the one he just did was on I think it was 71 Ranchero. He does everything from like 1930s cars, 40s cars, 50s, 60s, and he does a lot of videos. He's been around YouTube longer than I have, but he and I have become friends. And so anyway, he's in here. Pretty cool. Wow. So you've made it so nothing will turn now.
Okay. Well, I will.
Yeah. I'm glad you saw it because I missed it.
But yeah, thanks for stopping in. Everyone, greet him. He seems like a great guy. We're trying to convince him to be involved with the No Name Nationals crew.
Here. I'm gonna. Can I type into here?
You absolutely can.
Can you? You have to go all the way down because you're not flowing anymore. Okay. Jay is awesome. So Dean Stevenson knows Jay. Okay.
Mom M3 loves her old push-button 4x4 Subaru wagon. It went places pickups wouldn't go. That's awesome. They're pretty. Subarus can be really great cars.
What? How do you do the? I'm trying to do this and I'm too stupid.
I think you have to use the little @ symbol to start.
Geez, Kim, you got to talk while I'm fumbling.
Dean says the first gear of a torque flight is synchro meshed as well. I did not know that.
Is that it?
Buddy Carfano suggests a bulb tire set to 90
Oh,
psi.
go to channel. Let's see. No, I did the wrong thing. Okay, let me go here. Let me figure this out. Forget that link I put in there. Forget it. Don't mess with this. You're gonna mess with it now.
Blake Gaddis asks if I upgraded the charging circuit and got it out of the bulkhead. No. I probably should consider that somewhere along the line here. Now, everything was working very well when we were running it with the other motor, and I have bypassed the amp meter on the gauge on the dash is bypassed, but it still does go through the bulkhead. I think it
How did I
does.
screw this up?
So that's a weak spot on Mopar wiring that I probably will haunt me if I don't address. So thank you for the reminder. Max Wedge uh, suggests run a hose from the washer tank
Here we
back
go.
to the back tire. Water burnout anywhere. Uh, Uniroyal Wildcats.
Okay,
Gene
so
says he knows stuff about stuff and his music is great. Uh,
I
no
think
Name
that'll get enough.
Nationals, which do you prefer? Plead no contest, I say both.
Yep, that'll get you
No
there.
Name
That
Nationals
link
has a
right there
string
that I
to it.
just put up, the last link I put up, will get you to Jay's channel. And it looks like somebody here, like who Dean already knows who he is.
Yeah, he does a lot of car content, and we're trying to twist his arm to at least
Twist his arm. I
attend
think
the event and check out some of our friends in the community and subscribe to their channels. And I don't know, mutual like collaborations can
so.
abound when people take the time to get to know
So
each other.
it's good to see him here.
Yeah, Dr. Go is here. Welcome to the stream. Happy Friday, he says.
Just Mrs. One Eye Cat says bulkhead connector. I don't want to talk electrical. Oh,
Uh
I was on the phone earlier with Jay from What It's Like, and he lives up there in Pennsylvania, and I was telling him about he kind of wants to put together a race car at some point, and I was telling him about people in his area, and I was telling him about the cats, the one eye cats, and they and the road toad Valiant with the 440 in it, and we kind of talked about that a little bit, but I said, man, you got to go up there and watch those guys because they'll come to No Name Nationals. That he goes, oh, that'd be a sleeper. And I go, yeah, looks like a '62 Valiant, and goes like hell, Uh,
Mama M3, yeah, he has 48K subs. And some people when their channel gets bigger, they get a little bit closed off and maybe not. But we talked to him on the phone. He's a great guy.
he's a good guy.
We would love to have him be involved with our community and events. But everybody can't do everything.
Well, it's that age.
So,
It's that age cars. I mean, we all
but
like this
he's
stuff.
so interested in cars, and so are we. So I hope that he finds value to everyone here is pretty cool people. So hopefully he
What it's like? Says, what state are you in? He's in Pennsylvania. It's real close to the Ohio border, like central, like halfway up
oh,
Pennsylvania.
he said somewhere near Newcastle.
Yeah, it's a small town that's
So he's on the
kind of in
western
that
side
area.
of
Yeah,
Pennsylvania.
north of Pittsburgh, but
That's like
not real north of.
quite a few hours away from.
Valiant GLH. What's a GLH? Oh, yeah, the ultimate sleeper. Yeah, Jay, you're right. Oh, something I looked at today while I got to take these. Oh, indirect connection just subbed. Perfect. Um, yeah, and Jay's got a goal of getting some more subs. He's got a big number to reach by the first of the year, and he's trying to make that. So yeah, if you all sub to his channel, that'd really help him for his New Year's goal. The What It's Like has 48,000 subs. That's right. So what he's trying to get is he's trying to reach that 50,000 before the first year. So what I have to take meds now. I have meds I have to take with nothing in my stomach, and then I have to take meds with stuff in my stomach. So I was sitting there eating something, poking around on the YouTube, and just for the heck of it, I was looking up cars from down under because there's a Falcon that I really like, but I never really knew what it was. So it's a Falcon XA. So all you down under people that are here, man, that Falcon XA, I don't know when they built that thing. What, in the 70s? I don't know. It's man, well, I like that car, and I've liked it for a long time. I just didn't know what Falcon it was.
I gotta
You,
check the fire, everyone.
you guys got all the good. You guys got all the good Falcons after they ended. They quit making Falcons up here. Uh-oh. I just got a thing that says ads inserted. Ooh. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I'll just keep it down to nonsense for for a minute or something. Hmm. I had this all worked out so we didn't have any ads during the live stream, and it got screwed up. So I'm sorry.
They really want us to put ads in there. They keep making it happen.
So I'm sorry if you got a couple of ads. Just try to click through them, and we'll get through it. Um, okay, let's see. XA goes like a xylophone. So anyway, now that I like the way that car looks, the uh, the Falcon XA, is that a decent car? Oh, the one I saw the picture of had a three. It said 351 on the side of it. So I don't know if that's a Windsor or Cleveland or what it is. Towel says XAA Falcon 7273 mixed between a Torino and a Maverick. Yeah, I was looking at it and I go, that body kind of looks like a Torino, and I'm looking at the back. I go, it kind of looks like a Maverick. I wonder what the heck that is. So I don't know if it has springs on the top up front like a Maverick does. Or I guess the Torinos did too there for a while. But it was kind of a nice looking car. We just didn't get that stuff up here. You guys got all those Falcons after they quit making Falcons here. Tommy Hanlon here from Ireland. How you doing? Probably early morning there. Good to see you here. Thanks for stopping by. 38 Racing says, Jay, I'll be checking out the channel. Yeah, and hey, Jay, 38 Racing's a guy. He's in Nebraska, and he's got 1959 Chevys, and that's kind of what he drives. And he has one that he had since like high school when it was almost new, or maybe it was new when they got it. I don't know. Anyway, he had primered it, and since then he's like when he was in high school. Since then, he's taken all the primer off and brought it back to its original paint, and he drives that thing to No Name Nationals every year. It's pretty cool seeing that '59 Chevy, and he's got a big block in it now. He's got I think it's a 454 in it. So it just looks like it belongs. And just because it's got a big engine in it, it goes pretty good. So Dean says it's a Cleveland. Man, that would be such a nice car. The only thing is the steering wheel's on the wrong damn side, but I could put up with that. We need Mexican Spec to tell us. Yeah, Mexican Spec probably. This is kind of late for him in the evening, and he doesn't. A lot of times he makes it to the late live streams we do, but I mean, he's got a wife and family and stuff to do, and he's a busy guy, so he doesn't always come to the late live streams from the shop. Tommy Hamlin says it's 3:46 a.m. Man, you're early. You're either up late or up early. I think you're up early. What it's like. Thank you, 38 Racing. Oh, what 38 Racing say? I missed something. Oh, Jay, I'll be checking out the chat. Oh, okay. So yourself. Okay, well, good. One-Eyed Cat, I ran one of those 59s. Whipped me good. One-Eyed Cat, you ran one of the 59s and it beat you in the Road Toad with the 440? Really? Wow. Send me a link to yours, and it won't let me do it from this iPad. Oh, what it's like operating on an iPad. Let's see here. Dean Stevenson, 302 and 351s were all Cleveland 9.206-inch decks. The 302s were Cleveland's. It was a U.S. design by Brian Rossi and Jack Telnack and Alan Jackson at Dearborn, right when the 72 Torino and 70 Maverick were being penned. Man, I think that's just such a great looking car. I always say you guys got all the good Falcons. We got all the early ones. They were okay. I mean, they were like a 1960 Falcon the first year here. I think it was a great looking little car, but they weren't like those XAs. Those were something. And you guys got that Falcon name all the way up until well into the 90s, I think. And Kim, what you doing?
Pulling the drive shaft.
Oh, I thought you're messing with the fire.
I did.
Oh, you're pulling the drive. Oh, you got a drive shaft in there that's too short, right?
Yeah, I
Yep.
got it
Okay.
in there for a measurement. It's almost 2.25 too short.
All right, Cat. I hear you have a
We had
sleeper.
between 2 and 2.25 inches to this length will be spot on.
One-eyed cat says mine is actually a dog, but I'm hoping to change that this year. I thought that was a pretty good car. See, he had a dual quad manifold on there the first 2 years I saw him, and he had a 4 barrel on the front, and he had a 1 barrel on the back. So he called it a 5 barrel. So you run around with that 440 on a 1 barrel, and then you start opening it up and then cut the 4 barrel in and go. Well, now he's got two fours on it. So, man, I remember you were putting race fuel in it. I thought that was a fast car, but I don't know. I didn't. They don't show the times too much, and I just watch them and they're fast. Oh, it looks like fun. It's faster than everything I have. By Tommy Hanlon, Punk Nursery Rhymes by Rotten Egg, circa 1981 by a K-Tel. Okay. Tavo, yeah, 71. The Windsor was no more down here. Really, 302 and 351C differed by crank and rods. So you had 302 Clevelands. Oh, man. You guys got a lot of good stuff. They don't turn backwards down there, do they? I hope not. Uh, Max Wage to Desley, what it's like. I went to Newcastle Votech one year back in the 70s. Wow. See, then that area well. I lived in, if you were around Newcastle, you probably knew where Sharon, Pennsylvania was. I worked in Sharon, Pennsylvania for 2 years. Worked in an airplane shop there, building custom airplanes. I think every one of them was different. Just our own design, start, build, whatever the boss wanted. It was fun for a while, but a crazy place to work. Um, you're building one-off airplanes. That can be fun, but that's crazy stuff. Let's see here. Oh yeah, one-eyed cat. I ran on the borrowed drag radials. Street tires was a smoke show. I bet it was. How did it do with the drag radials? Did it grip pretty good? What it's like, I have all the obscure anti-Poe Dean music you need. See, Dean Stevenson, he's in New Zealand and he talks kind of cryptic stuff sometimes, but usually I can figure it out. Dr. Go, I drive a sleeper, but unfortunately it's always sleeping. Dr. Go's the one. I was talking to Jay earlier on the phone, and I said, "Hey, this guy gave me a ride in his car down the drag strip, and it was um, Chrysler LS." And I said, "It's pretty much stock." And I said, "We weren't going that way. You're only going like 58 miles an hour at the end of the drag strip." But I said, "It's fun because I got to go for a ride down the drag strip. I've never been on a drag strip in my life." And so it was a fun thing for me. And because we were kind of talking about, yeah, there's cars there, they're all out race cars, and then there's cars there that are street driven fast cars, and then there's cars there people take their vans out on the drag strip. And he says he has a Prius he'd like to run down the track, or he's got a van. And I said, yeah, there's going to be a class for vans. I think they're going to have a class for vans. So who knows? He might bring his van. Wanted into the nines. I ran 10:01. Tried race fuel. Didn't give it to me. Yeah, I remember I was standing there when you're putting the race fuel in. I didn't know why you're putting race fuel in. I thought maybe you had a problem with some. I thought maybe it's pinging or something. You were trying to get rid of that, but I don't know. After you put the race fuel in, you probably could have done some tuning to get a little more. But I think that was on the last day. Indirect connection. I think the 302C was just a D-stroke 351 with longer rods. Oh, it could have been. Oh yeah, he said it was the same deck height. I don't know. Yeah, we'd want that. I don't know. Indirect connection. Correct. Exactly that. Okay, that's what it is. Gene Stevenson. It was going to cost too much to make the 302 short decks in Australia, so they standardized on one block, just like the 240 and 300 inline six, and the 351M and 400. Yeah, those are big engines. The only with Ford makes me so angry sometimes. Because like the 351M and the 400, they had the same bell housing as like a 429, I think. But I know they change bell housings all the time. And my 200 that I have uh, in my Mercury that I just got, it's got it's 78, so it's got a new bell housing from all the other small Ford 6s, which they say is the same as the 302, except it's not because the starter's in a different spot. So like four of the bolts are the same. It's like, what good is that? So I don't know. Ford and their bell housings drive you nuts. Just drive you nuts. Max Dashley, I have a front bumper Mexican spec needs. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know if you ever dealt with Mexican spec. He's a good guy to deal with. Um, I bought several things from Mexican spec, and the only thing is that the shipping from Mexico is a little bit slow, but he gives you tracking numbers, and the in Mexico tracking numbers are a little weird. It's just like, yeah, you can kind of see things where things are as soon as it gets to the U.S. border. Yeah, it goes smoothly, although not always fast because things get stuck in customs for some days. But it's easy to track. He's a good guy, trustworthy, good businessman. One of those guys. You buy something from Mexican Spec, you're going to get it. And I bought. He has all those lights. He has all those uh, side marker lights and tail lights and turn signals, running lights, all that stuff. I bought those from him, and they were perfect. And they were just perfect. In Australia, the 200 and 250 inline six also use the same 9.38 tall engine block. So big and small engines share the same blocks in Australia. That wasn't the case in American 200, 250s. Yeah, I looked in the deck height. I was thinking about mine with a 250, and then I looked in the deck height. It's like an inch and 5/8 or something. It's over an inch and a half taller. And I think that be no trouble getting the head in there, but then I think the carburetor and the air cleaner and stuff might impact the hood. So, I'd have to make some changes. I don't know. When I cat, there was pinging involved earlier, but that was from hot lapping it. Okay. Dean Stevenson says 351S. 351S. I'm not sure what the S is. Or is that 351? It's 351S. Max Switch Dastardly. I know a guy that has 63 Pro Stock Falcon runs 840s. Naturally aspirated, cool car. Oh yeah, I bet that's fun. Indirect connection. The only reason Ford developed the 351M and 400, which is the 335 engine, was to share the bell housing with the 385 series. I never understood that. They got small blocks with big block bell housings, and I don't I don't know. Blue Grit Garage Buff, the 250 six-cylinder has the V8 bell housing, not the 200. Well, actually, what I was reading was the 200 from 1978 and later does have the V8 bell housing, with the exception where the starter is. So like the 200s are not even all the same. And mine happens to be the year they changed. So I don't know. I haven't had it apart, but that's when I was reading. That's what it said. So it looks to me like there's early 200s and late 200s with two different bell housings. Ford, in their infinite wisdom, had at least two bell housing patterns in firing order for the 302. Yeah, I had two. This is the thing when I was younger. There were 289s that had 5 bolt bell housings, and then 289s with 6 bolt bell housings that were like the 302s and the 351s. And of course, I had 289s with both. So I used to have some bell housings around, but man, that's 40 something years ago. All that stuff is gone. I was in the military after that and moved around. And who knows what happened? All those pieces and parts. My parents probably looked at it and went, "Yeah, it looks like junk to them." And I just never was back there. Max Wedge Dashley. We lived in Bessemer, Pennsylvania, 1 year, close to Youngstown, Ohio.
I've been to Bessemer. They have
Okay, so you know where, yeah, you know where Sharon is. Then.
I lived in North Bessemer, but that's a suburb of Pittsburgh, not near Bessemer, not near Youngstown.
Dean Stevenson, Buddy Carfano, potentially the 351M, but not in its stock form. The 351M is less crack prone, but has weird 6.65-inch rods and tall deck, 1.92-inch pistons, wrist pins, and downgraded valve stem materials, and no 4-barrel intake. Yeah, I was looking at something looked like a 351 Cleveland. Oh, I know what it was. It was that XA Falcon, but it had a 2-barrel, looked like a Cleveland 2-barrel. What you doing? Because you're putting up the second screen. Now you can see my back, but I think she's gonna make it so you can see her over there what she's doing. I'm having a hard time keeping up with all this. Yeah, but that's okay.
Some serious.
That's okay.
That's a lot of.
Yeah, we're talking. We got into the weeds here.
You guys are talking tech.
Let's see. Max with. I'm sorry, I'm gonna miss a couple here. Maybe not. Max with Dick Dashley. Back then, you could get 3.2 beer when you're 18 years old in Ohio. We were always running to Ohio. It was that way when I lived in South Dakota. I wasn't 18 yet, but I knew a lot of 18-year-olds, and they could get 3.2 beer. And Arizona was like that when I was 21 by the time I lived in California. I was going to Arizona to buy some pretty nasty old used cars because they were desert cars. Same thing as now, you buy a non-rusty car. But I had friends with me that were under 21, and we could go to a restaurant and have a beer, and they were getting whatever the low grade beer was. Ford Australia engines grew in pairs. So first we had the 144, 170. Then next models went to 170, 200. Those grew to 188, 221. So I never knew about the 188, 221 and ended up at 200, 250.
While we're live streaming, I've already prepped this. It'll come out of here.
Oh yeah, now you have to
this drive shaft to shorten it.
You got to
measure it up. I know that this one needs to be 2 inches longer than this one.
Can everybody hear Cam?
I can turn the microphone on the Sony on.
Nah, because then it sounds like there's two. When you do that, it sounds like there's like an echo. It doesn't work well.
You'd have to mute the other one.
I think if you just speak a little louder, they can probably hear you. But
okay. Well, I'm going to ask you to be a participant here before too long.
Okay, I can see you on the mic. You're just not quite as loud as I am. I'm trying to read some of this. Dr. Go, it sounds like you're writing small blocks. You really had to know your specs. So you didn't cross up parts. Yeah, I really like Fords because I had Fords and everything, but I really got sick of all the non-interchangeable stuff, Of course, I had a lot of parts back then, so I could usually make things work. But here I am. I've got one Ford product. Well, I got our vans, but we're not going to put engines in the vans. And of course, there's another one. She's got a V6, and I've got a modular engine. So none of that interchangeable. But not going to do that. But
I cut half an inch off of this tube, and I've got my chop saw ready to go.
Oh, how are you going to cut that straight with a chop saw?
I'm going to use tools.
Going to use tools. Okay.
Tools.
And the worst thing can happen, go get a drive shaft made.
Yeah, I mean, the worst thing that'll happen is I cut it twice and it's still too short.
Dean Stevenson, Bill Gay, the engineer, was given a mandate to emasculate these engines and radically save on production costs. He made sure the 351M and 400 were never, ever a performance engine. You could make up a performance engine, I guess, but they're kind of big and heavy. But yeah, yeah. See, what was the other? I saw something earlier. You said, oh yeah, the 144. See, I had a friend that had a 1960 Falcon many years ago, late 60s, and it had a 144 in it. And I helped his father rebuild that engine. His father rebuilt the engine. I was a little kid, so he let me help. So that was the first engine I was ever in. Was a 144, and so I kind of understood what was going on. Well, I did understand because as a kid, I used to read Motors Auto Repair manuals, so I knew what all the pistons are. Man, you can't even see me, can you? I just looked up there. I'm not even in the screen. Let me
you know
move.
what?
Let me
No,
move.
no, 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 no.
What?
Don't change it.
Don't change it, huh?
You need to be there.
Oh. Oh, okay.
There's a lefty and a righty.
There's a lefty and a righty. Okay, I got it. Oh,
Sorry. I didn't realize they had done that.
The software engineer. I wasn't paying attention. I just noticed that I was looking at a chair instead of me. There's the too small of shop dance. Is that us? Too small of shop dance?
No.
But anyway, as far as Fords go, now I have a Ford with a 200 in it and absolutely no Ford parts. And then I'm telling Kim, I got that nice small block Chevy over there. I got a lot of Chevy parts. And she's going, oh, no, people are going to hate that, But I could put that in that Ford, but there'd probably be a lot of hate coming my way if I do that. Damn. But I'll probably do something with the 200. Just drive it, the way it is. Whatever you do, don't cut my triangle. Do not cut my triangle.
That would be dumb.
I got that from a guy in Pennsylvania, in Sharon, Pennsylvania. Took a chunk of 16th inch aluminum and went over to the shear, and he made that in minutes. And I was so happy he gave that to me. Dean says in September 77, a 4-barrel 400 was rumored and promoted, but never got released. I seen factory XE stamped 4-barrel 400 iron 4-barrel 2V intake manifolds with provision for a thermal quad or 4350 motorcraft. Really? What's a 4350 motorcraft? Is that weird looking carburetor that doesn't look like anything else? Kind of a big pot. I think I got one around here. Don't I have one around here? Where is that thing? I don't know. I think Two Hacks Jeff gave me one.
Oh, it's up at the house.
No, that's the other Ford carburetor gave me. Okay. That's a 4100, but I think he gave me a 4350. That's the one that was on the late 60s, early 70s cars, I think. They say they can hear you well enough.
Okay.
There's spacers.
Can you see that I'm doing something, or is it just that you can see?
I don't know. Yeah, you're over there working. You can see a chop saw and all that. Indirect Connection says there's spacers to fill the gap to put a Cleveland intake on a modified. Oh, geez, can you imagine that? Yeah, that'd be, I guess. Tavo, I'm just stuck with those lame Aussie upright Chrysler 6s. You call them lame Aussie upright 6s, and everybody up here in the U.S. is going, I wish I could get one of those. Yeah. Dean Stevens said they are great. People underestimate the value of $400 price spacers when you can put an alloy Edelbrock LB2.
Hey, I need you to do that visual thing.
Buff needs a donor car for complete drivetrain swap. You're right. I'd like to have like a flipped over Mustang GT or something that somebody pulled the engine out of it already. Basically, I need the front cross member. Well, actually, I'd like to have the engine too, because then I have the oil pan and all that stuff. But the Yeah, get the K member and the rear end, all the 5 bolt, five lug nut stuff. But
Hey, look, Campo.
you need me over there? I'm gonna have to pull myself away from the chat for a minute. John Wilburn's here. Hey, good evening, John.
Welcome to the stream, John.
Man, everybody slid right over from yours.
Keep them out of trouble until I just need a sight on this for the angle, and then you can go back to the chat. Well,
how are we gonna do that?
Just come over here and go.
I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
You're gonna look. Just go over there by the end.
I'm gonna try not to.
You're gonna sight up.
You got stuff everywhere.
Yeah, I'll have to move this camera. Now I'll put it back. Now you're gonna.
Oh man, I can feel the heat off that wood stove. That feels good.
Well, you're gonna be working over here soon. Okay, I'm gonna put this square, and then you're gonna tell me if I have to go this way or that way. And then once you're ready, I want you to swing the end of that out.
Okay, I see what I have. Yeah, I can just do it with my foot. Okay, you're holding it there. Okay, let's slide the square toward you a little bit. Okay, stop.
Okay, I can go down.
Slide it toward.
Do you need your other glasses?
No, I need to think. That's probably pretty close. Okay, is that where you want to cut?
I need it to be square, and then I'll cut it.
What about vertically? It's the same height over here.
Oh yeah, yeah it is.
Okay, well I'm holding it with my foot. I don't know if that's any good.
All right, then I'm gonna cut it.
Give it a walk.
Let's see, can they see? No, they can't because I
can't see. It looks like they can see. Sure, they can see.
Yeah, but this camera can't see because I'm in the way.
Jeez.
Trying to.
You're gonna knock that. Hold your bang into something. You're gonna knock it off the edge.
All right.
You gotta put this drive shaft in the vise or something because it's gonna just fall off. Yeah, that one will fall off.
Okay, here I'm gonna give you this. You can take it with you.
What?
Show them what we did.
That's how much we shortened it?
That's all we shortened it, yeah.
That doesn't look like enough.
But yeah, that's right. I'm gonna mock it up and then we're gonna measure it. And we'll see.
You got so much stuff in here.
I'm really sorry.
Okay, I think I can get there without knocking anything over. Okay. Man, I'm sorry. I'm way behind on the
on the chat. You gotta understand, this is a working stream.
Yo, it's hot. Man, no kidding. Well, I thought it'd be a little cooler by now, but it's not.
Sorry that your hands are burned. I thought I made it clear that it was going to be
Well, of course it's going to be hot. That's what she cut off the drive shaft. It's crooked as hell, Kim.
It's crooked?
I don't know.
I'm going to check the...
It's so ground up on one side and chop sawed on the other side, I can't tell. You know what you're going to have to do is get a square on the other end. You know that little short square I have, that machine square?
I absolutely do know.
Yeah, I think you can check the end with that and then grind as necessary.
Yeah, I think that's
okay. So back to the chat. I'm sorry, everybody. Kim, I'm really having trouble staying centered in this thing. Because if I move it all toward the heater, my face goes out of the chat.
Well,
I guess I could move the heater a little bit. Dr. Go, I went there and didn't see Rob, where is this? Dr. Guy, I don't mean to change the subject, but just wanted to ask if anyone saw a video from PRA Indianapolis where they used 3 bottles of compressed air and natural aspirated gas engine instead of a blower. Didn't see that.
That's an interesting idea.
You're like giving it. You're making everybody seasick over there. What are you doing?
Sorry. You'd need to fill those bottles every run, but yeah.
That's kind of what.
You need a big valve, like a big control valve, to just like they use when they make like a potato gun with compressed air. Big.
Kind of like nitrous, only nitrous, you're pumping the oxygen, you know.
Big spring-loaded valve that just all now.
Nitrous is an oxidizer.
That'd be interesting.
Carbonate serious horsepower using the simplicity of compressed air, no parasitic drag, using belt, okay, all that.
And you've got weight, and you've got compressed tanks, although that's not all that big a deal. It's interesting.
John Wilbert's saying LOL over something. Okay, here we go again. Sorry, I get a tag up here that says ads inserted. So I'll just try to do some gibberish for a couple of seconds.
Grind so that I'm
yeah, it's just going to grind. Kim's grinding, so I'm trying to just wait till he's done. That and I had a notice that said commercials were coming in, so I kind of got quiet. I'm sorry. I had this set up so that there was a commercial at the beginning and at the end, but nothing in the middle. But I can't make it do that anymore. I've tried and tried and tried, and either I have to end it, not monetize anything, or it places some in there. And I've tried to fix it, but I'm sorry. So when I see the notice come up that there's commercials inserted, Kim can grind, and I'll keep my mouth shut for a few seconds. I'm sorry that's happening. Let's see, where are we at here? Hold the drive. Somebody here is saying, oh, 38 Racing says, you have V blocks to spin the shaft. Could mark the line with that. Yeah, we have some sawhorses and things, but yeah, it's a big pain in the ass, big long drive shaft. You can see what she's doing, sort of. Kim, all they're seeing is your backside.
Use your imagination.
Use your imagination. Dean Stevenson says, was it the Viagra one? Are you talking about the commercials? You know, see, the thing with commercials is we have no control over what commercial it is. That's not the square I wanted to use, but I got that little tiny blue one. Wow. Oh, here we go. Here we go, Kim. How do I get my thing back here?
Oh, come on, you know how.
This?
You don't act brand new. The other one.
No, that'll show it. There it is. It's up behind you. Okay, super chat. See, I've got a super chat thing for the Studebaker now. Thank you, Tavo.
Thank you, Tavo.
Oh, I see, because he says my ad revenue compensation, because he's got some kind of ad blocker.
Oh.
So super chats now get a Studebaker lights. So yeah.
Always appreciated, never expected. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, we
don't
really
have to
appreciate
make money, but when we make a little bit of money, it helps the YouTube algorithm, because the YouTube people, they want to make money and they want their cut. So that shows that we're drawing revenue for them that they wouldn't otherwise get, and they like that.
Well,
so,
yeah, and what have we done with the super chats we've had? We
got this computer.
We got a computer. It's a used computer, but it's way more up to date than what we had, and it works quite well.
We keep making content.
And I know there was something else we got. Oh, somebody got you a transmission kit. So you know that's pretty cool.
That's
and
a
we
big deal.
really appreciate that, because, yeah.
Because it ain't cheap.
Junkyard D says, "Sweet bling bling."
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I had to make a. I'll do it again. I had to make a super chat Studebaker lights, which is, they look white there, but they're not. They're pretty bright yellow. So I don't know why our color tone is off a bit. But so much for that.
I'm not fixing it. Do it work.
Yeah, I think it's something here, because with this camera, because that other camera in your dart looks like it's the right color. In this camera, it looks like it's all washed out. So I don't know. Okay, Indirect Connection says, "Have to run. Merry Christmas, everybody." Yeah, thanks for stopping in, and yeah, have a good Christmas.
Go ahead and pop it back into the so that we have the side cam again.
Okay, I think we're there. Yeah, we got drive shaft sitting there. Okay. And I'm sitting here. I think I'm okay. What's the temperature in here? It's just over 60 degrees. But everything's so cold. Everything I touch, every piece of metal is just ice cold in here. It's like trying to warm up a glass of ice water with a heater, with all the ice cubes in the water.
Well, why don't you come over towards the stove?
Well, because I'm by this heater, it's okay.
This chat.
Yeah, and chat's over here, so yeah, this is okay.
I need to work on that, so we have another chat monitor over here.
More chat monitors.
Yeah.
Yes, we need more chat monitors. We're gonna have a shop studio.
A long HDMI cable that will. Let me have another monitor over there. What is it?
Dean Stevenson says it's a Strobaker. Strobaker. You have to resize the drive shaft. Okay, I don't know when you came in. Yeah, it was. We had several of them, and she ended up. It's probably cooled off now. This doesn't look like enough. She took this off of one.
Well, it was only like an inch and a half too long.
This looks really crooked, but you hand ground it with a hand grinder on one side. So I don't know. Somehow you're gonna have to get that in there. Optical comparator.
Optical comparator.
Well, and that's not much surface to go off of across that way. What you need is something that'll stuff into the same diameter as the what you call it, as the U-joint, and then you can stand back and look at like two tubes sticking up. That was just a test cut, Buff. You know what happened was she cut the piece off with a hand die grinder, so that side's all boogered up. You really can't tell what she did with the. You can only be able to tell with that thing.
You have never failed. Got this.
Tavo says. Oh wait.
What does Tavo say?
Tavo says, "Dang, that's bad luck. As of '66, our manual and the 904 use the same drive shafts." Well, this one probably would have, except we put a 4-door end under it, so things didn't work out the same because it had a Ford drive shaft under it after we put the 4-door end under it. So it's our own fault. One Cat says, "We testing welding skills?" Yeah, probably.
We're gonna test Del Campo's welding skills. You guys get to grade him. Degrade him.
Okay, so
why this isn't going in like I want it to.
I don't know. It's something not deburred, something not quite right.
Should be going in.
Should be. That's how it always is. There's theory, and then there's reality, and they're never the same. Didn't that shaft work with the 3-speed manual? Yes, and that's kind of what I thought, but we both thought it was just going to work, but it worked, but it was really tight, you know.
I don't know, it might have been a little short in the 3-speed. Now it's way too short for this one.
Oh, and then when she put it in, it was like sticking way out. It was only like about 3/4 of an inch engagement, which is not enough, you know. 38 Racing says clamp down on the vise a bit. You know, you could put a piece of cardboard or something in that vise or cloth or something and clamp on it a little bit.
Okay, well, I want to get it started and then measure it, check it before I ram it all the way in there, and then I won't be able to.
Dean Stevenson, icicle stretching bicycle shoestrings. What the hell?
Dang!
Oh, IEAIAIO, whatever. B&R says, draw or scribe a line down the length of the drive shaft, ears, yokes, supposed to be clocked exactly. Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I say what we really need to do is stick something in where the U-joints go and then use it like an optical comparator from one side to the other. She's trying to do it with a square off the end, but I don't think that's good enough. Good enough. Katie Kylie says use JB weld.
That's what we're using if this doesn't work. If this doesn't work, it's JB weld.
Oh, man. I'm actually starting to warm up sitting over here.
This stupid table's the worst.
That's not much of a table, is it? I can't believe we're doing this on live. Doing this during a live.
This way we can
B&R Racing says supposed to do it before the cut apart, but still make do. Well, see, if we have something we can stuff in where the drive shaft, where the U-joints go, and then you look at them like this and stand back in sight, you'll be able to see if they're like this or like this, because if you move your head up and down, it'll look like a pair of scissors. You'll see the dot go up and down, the point where it crosses. And if you get them perfect, you move your head up and down, you won't see that. They'll perfectly cover each other. And I used to do tails on airplanes like that. They come out perfect.
I'm already messing it up. I'm off by 90 degrees.
You're off by 90 degrees. Jeez, yeah. Kim.
I'm out by 90. I'm not paying attention.
DNR says, get a bad vibration buff bolted. Yeah, we know all that. I mean, I made drive shafts before. Kim's already messing up.
Already screwing it up.
Because she's measuring one with a U-joint in it and got it 90 degrees off. That's like way off.
Come on out.
Now she's got it in. Chris 103 says, we had a drive shaft machine at my old shop. And is that ever nice? He had a friend when I was in California, he did drive shafts for me, and they were just perfect, you know. Of course, he had like a giant lathe that the thing. He'd set it up in that big giant lathe thing.
Yeah, that must be nice. But we ain't got that. We got to go work with what we got. We need some fancy drive shaft YouTubers.
B&R Racing says, find 2 sockets that fit snug in the U-joint holes. Lay on concrete floor. Tips not clocked. Oh yeah, I mean that would work if you got a good concrete floor. This concrete floor is not.
This concrete floor is
not straight from one end to the other. I mean,
I got a level. I got a bubble level. That'll do it.
You got a bubble level. She says that'll do it.
I know how to read one. It'll give us good numbers. If I just make my.
You'd be surprised how good Kim gets things. I trust her. She'll make things pretty good.
Yeah, that'd be good. All right. Now I'm doing.
See these people getting all perfection with us, you know.
Well, they like us. They want us to do good. I'm getting this out of the way. I don't need it right now.
Who is it here? Chris, dial indicators first, then balance. Yeah, we'll probably. I mean, you cut this much off. Do you really think you need to balance it? I hope it doesn't.
You know what? If we need a balance, we'll send it out. But first, we want to make sure it's the right length, and we need to get the car run by New Year's, and we'd like to do burnout. So it'll do all those things with a shaft that's not.
We do a lot of hillbilly stuff here, and
hillbilly stuff
because this is what we have.
Right.
We don't have money for machine shops. We don't have money for lathes and fancy equipment. We just do what we can do.
If we're wrong and it's not going to work, then we'll tell you. We're honest.
And at some point, it all works, or it doesn't work.
But you know what? If somebody's got good advice, we try and listen. We're not.
BNR Racing doing backwards concrete. I'd rather do. You know what an optical comparator is, where you have two things like this, and when you move like this, and when you move your head apart, back and forth, you'll see it looks like scissors because the point will move up and down. If you get it perfect like this, move your head back and forth, they'll just perfectly cover each other up. At that point, you know they're really good. You know, it's amazing what you can do with what I call an optical comparator. They're on to me, laying low at the moment. I use a length of channel iron to set the shafts on. See, that's another thing you can do. You go on the end with an angle. Just hold an angle on the end, hold an angle on the other end. The same thing you could do optical with the two angles. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We got plenty of angle aluminum around here.
Well, this is just to get me started.
BNR says that concrete floor is straight enough. I think I can get it straighter looking at it with some optical thing than I could on the concrete. Get it done with what you have, yeah. It's amazing what we've done with what we've had, and
I mean,
things have worked quite well.
We found places where it wasn't good enough, but we're learning.
Oh, you got a bubble level. I see what you're doing. That's a bubble level?
Yeah.
He'll take hillbilly stuff. Wear it proud.
Right?
Yeah, long piece of angle. That's what I was thinking. You put a long piece of angle on each end, and then you just got to hold it there.
Proud. See how we're doing.
See, there's a bubble level in that square she's using.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mr. Buckdale Campo.
Yeah.
Time to do your optical sighting.
Okay, BNR Racing. They had an optical comparator at Burns Machine, Ottawa, Illinois. Worked there 97, 98. My old best bud Mopar Bob got me a job in there. One-eyed cat Wendy has a pineapple upside down cake in the oven. Has 17 more minutes to go. Then what? Does it become right side up after she takes it out? I don't know how that works. Oh, my angle is bent from using in the press. Yeah. Okay, let's see what you've got planned here, Kim.
Yep. Give me a second to set up the camera so that they can see.
What is that?
That's a chisel.
Yeah, it looks like a piece of a chisel.
It is a piece of a chisel.
Okay, it looks to me like you cut about that much out.
I did, yeah.
Well,
it's not a chisel. If I want to cut a piece out, I needed it for something. I don't remember what. I welded it to something.
It looks like it's the same length as it was, or is it?
It's pretty. What? Yeah, no, it's only half an inch shorter.
Is that good enough?
That's exact. That's
okay, so what we're going to do is tack it like in 2 spots and then
no,
check
first we're going to optically check it before we tack it.
Okay, so we need
you need to be on that end.
We need a couple of angles. See, if you stick the angle on the end here and there, I can sight it.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, so I didn't know if you knew what I was talking about.
You're going to hold this
that is
on this, okay?
Yeah.
And then you're going to look along this inner thing. You're going to make sure it's rocking just in the right place.
That's shitty. That's not going to work.
Well,
that's not what I want. I want a couple of angles. Don't we have some angle aluminum? Oh, Kim, this is just for. This is not steady. This is like it's curved on the end. Do we have some angles? With some short piece of aluminum angle.
Yeah.
Okay, grab a couple of short pieces of aluminum angle.
What are they gonna do? I don't know.
Well, because I know what I'm doing. I'll show you what we're gonna do.
How short is short?
I don't know, a foot or two.
How big do you want the legs of the angle?
Like an inch or inch and a quarter, something like that.
Inch and a quarter. Okay.
Inch, I don't care. No, inch. Make it inch, because inch and a quarter might not work on this.
You get a bunch of shit because I don't know what the hell you got playing.
No, because you don't. I don't know how to explain what I want to do. Yeah, because my explanation is so shitty that nobody could understand it.
All right. Well, I'm putting this on so they can only see us.
Okay.
Digital anger finder, $30 done.
Well, we got. We
have one.
We got those, but you have to have something steady to
Which
put
one
it on.
do you want?
This one. Okay. I'm gonna put it here.
Oh, I see.
And you're gonna put it over there, and then I'm gonna sight.
I see what you're doing. Can they see what we're doing?
Okay, put it there. And then hold it tight. Okay, you there? Okay, it's scissoring a bit. Yours has to be turned slightly toward you off the top. I don't know how you're going to do that. You're going to have to tighten the vise up or something so it doesn't turn.
Take your hand off.
Okay. I mean, it's really close. Okay, don't do any more. Because it's really close.
Okay. Let's see if it went fast or what it did.
Okay.
Did it move at all?
That is dead nuts on.
Ha!
Okay.
They see it?
Okay, does everybody see what I'm doing? You put this on the end, you put that on the end, and then you got it on there? And then I go like this, and what I'll see is, where's the camera? What I'll see is, if you have two angles.
Here, come on.
God, there's so much crap on the floor. If you go like this, what you'll see is, as I move my head back and forth.
No, there's no camera over there.
As I move my head back and forth, I'm gonna see a spot of light that goes like this, like scissors. But when it gets right, they'll cover each other perfectly at the same instant, which is where it is right now. So I'm optically comparing one end to the other. I hope that all makes sense. It's I used to do like the tail surfaces on an airplane like that, and I'd get it so good, and then I'd check it later with a plumb bob, and they were always perfect.
All right, I'm gonna tighten it up.
So now what we need to do is get the welder near here. Come
on back over here, and I'll get the rest of it.
Okay, did that all make sense to you?
It absolutely did.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know it looks like kind of hokey stuff, but
it doesn't look hokey.
But it works.
I understand what's going on.
Okay, does everybody understand what I did?
I think they do.
Okay.
They were just trying to help. Everybody has their own way of doing it because there's.
See, an narcissist buff has a good idea. See, I used to get the tail surface, the vertical tail on an airplane. I had a thing. Where's that thing? We'll walk over here and probably. Oh, where is it? It's probably
you're not going to be able
it's
to
where nobody can get at it. Nope. I had a thing that bolted to the wing fittings on the top of the airplane, and it was perfect 90 degrees, and it stuck up like this. And then I'd get in front of the airplane, I'd look at the vertical tail, and I'd move my head back and forth like that. And if it did this kind of thing where they weren't perfect, I could see that white spot move up and down. And when I got them perfect, the leading edge of the tail would disappear exactly the same all the way down. And then I knew it was straight. And You check it afterwards with a plumb bob, and it'd be perfect every time. Dean says bend it. B&R, Aviation Mechanics. One Eye Cat says now to get the other axis. You know, it plugs in there far enough that I think it'll be pretty darn straight. Grease Belly Garage. I have no idea what's happening. Oh, did you just get here? You missed all the.
We're shortening a drive shaft.
Yeah, we're shortening a drive shaft. Everybody's telling me how it's. Oh, no, he says no. Oh, now it's making sense. B&R, better buy than Backwoods Buff Aviation Mechanic. Steve, Grease Belly Garage. Everything is now on the level without using a level. Yeah. And that's why I call it an optical comparator, which is a pretty fancy words for two pieces of aluminum angle.
That is pretty fancy for two pieces of aluminum angle.
He says, oh, okay, a drive shaft. With Dick Dastardly, me and my brother made all our drive shafts and never had a problem. Yeah, we've been pretty lucky with stuff.
I mean, we're not doing it the best way, but we're also being careful about taking our time with it.
Jeez. Dean Stevenson, keep your hand off my drive shaft, you dirty ape. Yeah.
Okay.
So, what do you want to do? You want to tack that?
No. First, I want to make sure it's not all cattywampus in the other direction. So
okay. So you're gonna have to.
We're gonna do some more checks.
You're gonna do that with the with that thing you had with the oh, I don't know what you're doing. I would have done that with that other tool you had, that angle thing, because you could put it along the side. Oh wow, yeah, put it like that.
Yep. I'm gonna turn it. Go ahead and
flip the camera. Okay, it's sort of, yeah. They can see what it is, but you can take your your big square and see how that is along the drive shaft. Where's that big square, my big aluminum square? Yeah, that thing.
Can you see?
Yeah, pull it down just slightly. Well, see it. I can see the light travels from one side to the other, which means it's. Of course, that thing's all tipsy. Jeez, it's not tight enough, so it's all tipsy.
Pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's pretty damn good.
It's a little. Well, I can't tell if it's bent.
And of course, when we put heat to it, it's gonna. We're gonna have to put a tack on one side and a tack on the other side. And when you put a tack, it's gonna shrink. So you got to tack one side and then immediately tack the other side, and hopefully they both shrink the same amount because of the amount of tack you put. And then you get under the car with it and see how it is. Dr. Ghost says, I have exceeded my learning capacity for one night. Thanks, everyone, for the great knowledge. I drove 500 miles today with icy roads in the morning and some total flipped semis and cars. Oh, geez. Yeah, that's not fun.
That'll wear you out.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, get a good night's sleep. Take care.
Okay, I'm just going to use the weight of the drive shaft as my check.
Oh, God, be careful with what are you doing? Well, when we weld that, it is going to pull a little.
I know, but I'm going to start with as close to good, as close to perfect as I can.
Okay.
That's all I can do is start as close as I can. Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter.
Dean Stevenson, I have drove 500 miles. What is that song? Oh, man. What do we got here? Oh, I got another notice. It says ads will run shortly for some viewers. I'm sorry this is happening. I tried to get rid of all the mid-run ads, and I don't know, it wouldn't let me do it.
Do it right tonight.
I had that all worked out, but now it's changed and it doesn't seem to work out anymore. And I'm sorry. Oh, I'm going to start sneezing. Jeez. Brenda Cargill. Got the fresh 390 in my 66 Ford F250 today. Well, congratulations. They were orange and not allowed to say buff. Huh. Grease belly, I have to sleep too. Got to get ready for our Christmas party tomorrow. Oh yeah, got to get ready for the Christmas party. For some reason, my phone's dinging. I left the ringer on. I got to see what's going on, and then I got to shut the ringer off because I don't want this ringer on.
I gotta be honest, I don't know how to measure this one. This dimension. Don't know how to measure it.
Turn off the ringer.
Anybody have suggestions on this dimension?
Suggestions on what?
I would measure this dimension.
I don't know what dimension you're looking for.
I want to see how well centered it is this way.
Oh.
Let's see. Nobody can see.
Yeah, hang a plumb bob down from that thing and then see if it's centered on the shaft. I don't know. I don't think it's. I don't know. That's going to make a difference balance-wise.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it will.
Make a big difference. It's wrong. I don't know how to do this. Anybody got any suggestions?
By a lathe. By a 8-foot long lathe. I don't know. Just deal with it. Brenda says, be thankful you aren't dealing with the earlier Detroit trunnion drive shafts. I see you're going from side to side that way.
Yeah, I don't know how to even measure it.
Well, I mean, that thing is pressed in there. It's going to be.
I can see. I think it's the press of it. The pressing it in there is not a good and accurate way.
It's not as good as it could be.
It just doesn't. It doesn't necessarily force it to be straight. I can make it crooked if I want, not by a lot. Shoot. All right, turn that camera off. There's nothing to see.
Turn the camera off. Oops. How about that? Kim, now we're looking at your backside.
I'm sorry. Nothing to see, really.
Dick Dastardly, I have a big block, low mileage Ford 460 camper in my driveway that won't go away. 3 or 4 people bought it from each other, but it never leaves. Time to take the engine out and make it into something else. Man. Of course, I don't know. 460 Ford had, you might have to do a lot to make it fast. Because after what, 71, they had big open chamber heads. They had no power. I don't know. I'd take those engines and put the early heads on them and put advance the timing 6 degrees, and man, did they come alive. .38 Racing, lay the shaft down. That pipe horizontal measure from table to pipe on both ends of pipe, even rotate 180 degrees and measure again. Should be the same. You understand what he means. It's the same thing you were doing with the straight edge.
Yeah, but he's giving me a better way to measure.
Except we don't have a table. We don't have a big table that's
We do.
not really.
No, I do.
We have a table that's like, a quarter of the length of the drive shaft. Now I'm looking at it like,
Just got to be patient. Think about what's happening, and we'll be okay.
yeah. She wants me to be patient. I'm not a patient person.
Patient. We're trying to do something that you're not really able to do at home very easily.
Yeah, I know. This isn't a normal home job.
So we got to be patient and make sure we're just gonna do it right. What we do.
38 Racing says that table with the mug is big enough.
Yeah, it's got legs.
What table are you talking about?
Yeah.
This?
It's just covered in garbage.
It got like 100 things on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big steel table is helpful. Yeah, no kidding. We don't always have all this stuff. And you know what happens? Every flat surface turns into a storage area.
Oh, man,
and you get a flat surface that's real nice to work on, and the next day you go in there to work, and there's like 3,000 things on it. It's like heat this big. It's like, what happened to that table? Yeah, and that table with the mug on, it's actually just a piece of, it's actually two sawhorses with a piece of press board, crooked old press board on it. What? Oh, you're going to make a, Jesus. I didn't know. You need one that stretches all the way across there, and then it's still not a V.
I don't know. I'm working. It's okay. Just manage the chat.
Yeah, shut up, Buff. Just manage the chat.
No. I'm not. I don't mean shut up.
Just the little one right by you, Buff. This one?
Yeah, it's enough.
That's tiny.
It's okay. We just need it for measurements. But we need. I need to work.
Oh, I see what she's doing. Yeah, she's trying to get it so it's straight across there. Okay, yeah, that'll work. 38 Racing said I have the same problem with any flat surface as storage. Man, we got my shear and my brake all open so we could work on them. Within a day, they're just heaped with crap again, But man, you can't shear anything, you can't bend anything because all the crap on top of them. 38 Racing says if it's flat, it'll work. Tavo says, I have a big problem here. New horizontal surfaces appear then within a day or two. I have no spare horizontal surfaces again. Yep. Same thing. I don't know. I got a good idea what she's doing. Henry Ford II gave the American power plant engineer the mandate to ensure the 72 onwards engines were never fire breathers again, ever.
Along the lines of this, and this doesn't have to be the final measurement, but I'm just spitballing here. Working, okay?
Right.
Okay with this?
All right, whatever.
If we run something here, right?
You can stick a tube in there, yeah.
Whatever it is, and then we use this.
You gotta have this like pretty close to level.
Yep. We can take the precise as impossible measurement.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be perfectly level. If it's in the middle, it's going to be right there.
Yep.
So oh, it's here?
The average. 1 and what is this? 28, 29, 30, 31.
If you flip that over, it's in tenths. It might work better. Let's see.
Oh, okay, yeah, in tenths. Tenths?
Yeah, it's in tenths. Isn't it in tenths of an inch?
It's very intense. It's in 64ths on this side.
Yeah, on that side.
Oh, it is intense.
It's intense. I always liked that.
That's
I don't know why.
Intense.
I always liked that. It just seemed to be a nice thing.
Okay, well, it looks like it's 195. Now, if we roll it over, same measurement. At least we have some basis of comparison.
38 Racing says, there you go. And this is not at the bottom of the circle. That does make a difference.
Yes, it does. And that puts it also at 195. 190, 95.
And then what? Roll it over and see what happens there.
Yep. And we had 195 on the other way, so it's pretty close.
Dick Dastardly says, my dad added a pole building to the front of the little garage on a hill. You can't use a creeper. You can roll out the door across the road. Same thing with a spray can or a socket. Yeah. Brenda says a long piece of angle iron or C-channel.
Okay, so now when I take the measurement on this side, it's 180.
Yeah, but it's crooked.
Well, the problem is it's not always hitting the same here. So I'm gonna make sure that we have something precise there for it to rest on. Okay. So I'm gonna get, the same measurement.
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you feel.
And but this is gonna work for getting a measurement. I'm gonna clean this off.
Okay. I think she's gonna get it centered up just fine.
We're getting it now, because 100 shouldn't make too much of a difference. 5 will. That's going to be too much. It's going to wobble. It's going to wobble something terrible.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that'll be a huge balance problem.
Yeah. I mean, the only problem is they balanced it to whatever it was before. So
yeah, which is probably a pretty straight piece of tubing. Yeah.
They would have had the equipment to do it right the first time. So.
Levi's Backyard Performance. Hey, good evening.
Is that Dylan?
That's Dylan.
Welcome to the stream, Dylan.
Hey, all currently working on sensor pigtails for the 2025 rendition of the Laguna listening and sort of watching. We'll comment when able. Okay, that's fine.
Boy, that blue car for $3,500, it made me drool. Felt so bad I couldn't go get it. Was it Monte Carlo or something like that? $3,500.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I wasn't paying attention to that.
It was. Yeah, I gotta get this table so that
take this over.
Rock and all that stuff.
Rocking table. You need something under the leg. That's how crooked the concrete is, because you move this table around. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it rocks because the concrete's all terrible.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, I think that's pretty good. Now I need to make something we have to figure out a way to rest it on something that won't, not a chintzy wood block. Maybe this aluminum. Maybe this aluminum will be, as long as I set up stops so it lands in the same place. I'll get some C clamps, so no matter where it goes, it's the same.
Maybe that'll work.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, I can do this.
Dean Stevenson, if you watch Terry Grover's E7 460 head rework, the ports are very different to the 72s and 68s. Each retool for these engines, specifically 72 and 87, each was a total disaster for 4-barrel 460 builder. Yeah, see, I used to go out back in the day, go out to the wrecking yard and find Thunderbirds that had the original 429s in them, get like a 68 or 69 Thunderbird, peel the heads off them and go get those heads done and put those on a later model engine. Man, did the compression come up, and then get the timing set for an early engine like a 69, and oh man, the cam timing right and compression. Man, all of a sudden I had a 429 that would run, or a 460. I did mostly 429s because that's what I had. Levi's Backyard Performance, 20. It's 24 times or 58 times, Dean, but the car is currently 24. Do you know what that number means? I actually didn't when I started building the car. Okay, I don't know what that number means. I did some simple calculations in terms of net horsepower. Ford lost 55 net horsepower on the 72 429. That's a bucket load. Yeah. See, I had a 72 Torino. That thing was a pig. 9 miles a gallon. It'd go 90 miles an hour wide open for, 10 minutes. And that's the first one that I put the 429, early 429 heads in advance, the cam timing. And oh man, did that thing, that big old heavy, it was a 5,000 pound car, would go right up, I don't know, like 110 miles an hour pretty quickly. But it handled so badly, it was like pivoting in the middle. It was like scary to drive that fast. But it took off, and right away it was 12 miles a gallon, which is a tremendous increase, you know. And so I learned something that day. Dylan, that's a pulses per crank rotation, right? All of it via timing, retar, and head port, and intake reprofiling. When I cat, cake is ready. Still have to wait for tomorrow.
Go. All right. Now we've got something that is repeatable.
Repeatable. Here we go.
Y'all seeing what this?
So the crank sensor picks up teeth that are metal. The sensor sends the data to the ECU and gives you the RPM. Okay, this is Levi talking about what he's doing. Yep. Okay, you're gonna do what you're doing. Kim's getting a measurement that we hope is good. Oh, what's going on?
1.6. And then we'll flip it over and we'll have it on the same spot, just a square. This is 1. $158. If this is shorter, that means it has to go that way. Get to go that way. I got smack it with a hammer. Hit it with a hammer.
Smack it with a hammer.
Hit it with a hammer, darn it.
It's GT 350R. Thank California for 7.9 to 1. Yeah, California. I had to leave there. Just and it's everything. Well, okay. What? No. I don't know what you're doing. What's wrong? Oh, you're changing it slightly.
See if I can get it.
I thought that was going to come flying out of there. Everybody see what she's doing? I hope everybody can see what she's doing.
They can see what I'm doing.
Yeah, they might be able to see what you're doing. They'll figure out what you're doing. Kim, it only has to move 1/2 the difference. 1/2 the difference.
Right.
I'm sure she knows that.
Half the difference. So 160. This is wrong. 161 on this side. Which is bad. It should be less, not more, but maybe something changed with the table or the.
Let's see, Brenda Cargill, thank California for all things sucky and bad.
Let's give it a, we're going to give it a whack in the other direction. See if that.
Uh-oh, what was that? We got a blink blink here. What's going on? We still have bits going out. I don't know what that blink was on.
I hear buzzing. Is that our phones?
That's my phone. Somebody texting the hell out of me, and I'm trying to get them to stop. Okay, let's see here. Dean Stevenson, the 72, 429, and 460 made 212 horsepower net, and 224 horsepower net, respectively. Cleveland 4-barrel made 275 horsepower net, 266 horsepower, respectively, and had 750 CFM bar barrel. While the big block never got over 600 CFM after 71. Yeah, I don't know what all the stuff was, but I know when I put the early heads and advanced the cam and put a real 4-barrel on it, oh my God, did that thing come? Oh, and I recurved the distributor. Man, that thing just came alive. That car, it was like two different cars.
159.
Dean Stevenson says the net rating of the 71 Super Cobra Jet and 460 was 285 to 290.
Same.
It's the same. So we're ready to attack
Send it.
Okay, so we need to get it near a welding machine.
Yes, but I need.
How much welding gas is left?
I don't know.
Oh my God, I can't.
Don't get stressed.
No, it's somebody just annoying me. Okay.
Five-minute video of nothing. All right. We set up a little thing here. We have a mark so that we're centered every time, so we get equal measurements. With tape, we set this here. Base of the circle.
Oh, wait a minute. What are you doing?
I'm showing what's going on.
You're not showing anybody anything.
I'm recording.
Oh, I see. You're recording for the future.
Now that we have that here, we can get a nice, accurate measurement to make sure that we are accurate in the other direction. We used our visual sight the other way. This way we measure this, and then we flip it over. We measure the other one, and when it was wrong, we tap real hard right here, tap on the other side until it was right, and we got it. We're ready to weld. So you are up to speed on how we made that measurement. Now I clean up, and we move on to the next step. Why are you looking at your phone?
Because there's somebody driving me nuts, and I want them to leave me alone.
Throw your phone in the ocean. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream. All right, check us out on the weeknights while we stream. All right, you guys are in this video, maybe. Oh, okay, I'm going to set up for the welding. You hang out with me. These guys are talking some serious tech.
Yeah, I know.
Wow.
I know. Going on and on about what is making that gloop gloop on our computer. When I hear gloop, it means something happened, and I can't figure out what happened. What's making that noise? Gloop gloop. Gloop gloop.
Okay, try and relax, okay?
No, but when I hear the stream go gloop gloop, that means something happened. 38 Racing said he waved. That makes it go gloop gloop. I don't know.
He made a wave. Thank you, 38 Racing. He's just doing stuff. He's just being friendly. You're making Buff crazy.
He's a gloop glooper.
You're making him crazy. Whoop. Turn something off. Better check it. Oh, that's it. Ladder out of the way. Man, all these setups, it takes a long time to do things right. See, but if we'd have just slammed it together, it'd have been wobbling real bad. This will make it. It'll be good now. I feel confidence. I checked it 3 times and it's still wrong. What though, Campo? Do you need to step outside?
I'm gonna wrap this up. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's really inappropriate. It's worse than eating on the phone. Worse than eating during.
I got everybody yapping at me, and I'm sorry.
Man,
I'm trying to get rid of the guy.
I was when I was a plumber. If they caught you on the phone, you would be fired.
Okay, fire me.
You're fired. I'm docking you your pay. How's that?
I always run out of gas on weekends. Yeah, that's what always happens here. You run out of gas. Well, we always work at night. So you run out of gas at night. It's like the weekend every time. Sorry, I was on the phone for a minute. Trying to get him to leave me alone.
Okay.
I ended up getting a spare bottle that I found cheap. Yeah, that would be nice, have a spare bottle, but trying to find those things cheap. Buddy Carfano fired me too.
You're fired!
So I probably get like anti-points.
Hey, this is the new Trump era. Everybody's fired.
Yeah, you're fired. Trump had a show like that. You're fired.
Yeah, that's what I was
Then he was president and he started firing people there too.
Yep.
No, I'm not going to get into politics. It's just like something funny that happened.
It's just fired.
Oh.
You're fired. No, you're fired. No, you're fired. Oh.
So now I'm fired. I'm fired from my own stream because I got somebody annoying me on the chat.
Don't
bother
like, him while he's trying to stream.
Try to get rid of the person because they're being annoying.
All right. So. I'm almost ready. I'm slowly getting closer to ready. Gradually getting closer to ready. This will work. This.
Concrete block.
Yeah, it'll spin and
okay.
Not walk off the table.
I don't know where there's the welder. What are you going to use for a cord?
It's plugged in.
Oh, it's something heavy?
Yeah, it's plugged into the wall there. Where the microwave
okay. I didn't know it'd reach a wall socket from there. It
reaches the microwave. I set this up before the stream, so we'd be ready.
I didn't even know that. Okay.
I had totally planned to get this far.
I have to get up and get my gloves.
Yeah, and I got to switch out the. Go ahead, you can wait. I'll get you the gloves and your welding equipment.
I'm
be good to go.
Trying to be good.
Yeah.
Don't let the trolls get you. Oh, this isn't a troll.
Oh, I think it is.
It's a. Okay, well, we're all going to have disagreements about this troll.
I don't know if we should discuss it. Thanks, everyone, for being here. We're out here getting stuff done. We really want to get this dart ready. You can't see it, but it's here. We want to get this car ready before New Year's. That's our goal, is for this car to be able to start and run, do the break-in. Hopefully, if we can get it past that, then we can drive it.
So what day is it now? It's the 20th?
Yeah.
It's the 20th. Oh, you know what tomorrow is? Isn't tomorrow the shortest day of the year? See, I'm going to pick up my phone again because I'm in.
Well, that's different because you research it. Well, ask the chat.
I'll ask the chat. Somebody get some points for this. What's the shortest day of the year? Is that
what is that? The winter equinox?
It's not an equinox. It's the shortest day of the year. The equinox is the middle of the thing. Yeah. So there's the It's the first day of winter is what it is up here, and down under it's the first day of summer. Uh, okay, let's see. If you're interested in spare bottle, look for the paint gun guys getting out of the refilling business. Same bottle as long as you trade in for a refilled one. Solstice, you're right. It's the solstice, the winter solstice.
Ah,
See, One-Eyed Cat got that first.
One-Eyed Cat, you get 4 points.
4 points. 4 points. That's amazing. Is that tomorrow? Is it the 21st this year, or is it the 22nd?
Wait, he didn't give the date. He just gave what it was called.
Yeah, okay. I know. That's why I'm asking a.
Well,
I'm further asking a question.
Yeah, we need to.
And Lester says it's the 21st, so tomorrow's it. And I'm
okay,
sorry.
He gets 2 more points. Or he also gets 4 points. We'll get points for everything.
And I'm sorry, I just saw a little notice saying commercials, so I'll kind of be quiet for a minute.
We'll get set up here for the.
While we're getting set up, you guys can click through the commercials. So, Kim, what brand and model is your skid steer? It is a Case, like CASE. What model is it?
Isn't it an 1816B?
1816B. I think that's correct.
Sounds right. It's outside.
I could go look at my phone and dig through and find the pictures.
You
but
know,
yeah,
it's right outside.
It's right outside. You could go out there and look at the label on the side of it. Yeah, I think it's an 1816B.
It is a good little machine. I am very happy with it overall.
Too late to go to Stonehenge. What? That's KJ Kylie. Too late to go to Stonehenge. What are we talking about? Oh, you want to be there on the shortest day of the year?
Oh, yeah.
Really? I didn't know that. I've been to Stonehenge once, but it was, I was there in the summertime one year. Actually, we were somewhere else, and we ended up real close to there, so we made kind of a detour and went over there and saw it, 4 big fat Americans, including me, because I was pretty heavy then. And we all went there. We were driving this giant Mercedes that we rented because they're 4 big guys, and that's all we fit in. Because the British cars are all little tiny cars. And the guy that rented it had to have an automatic because he couldn't drive a manual transmission. So all the British cars for, rentals were small cars with manual transmissions. So he found a big old giant Mercedes wagon that was, God, I can't remember what that thing's called. So anyway, we went to Stonehenge in this big black Mercedes. It was embarrassing. One-Eyed Cat, I'm going. Oh, Maxwell, Dick Dastardly says, One-Eyed Cat, I'm going out to the garage now. I'll look for a flex plate. I'll send a picture when I find one. Okay, so they're looking for pieces and parts. 38 Racing sounds like the one I need to get together for Thumper. Dean Stevenson, the day, 182.625 days, opposite to the longest days. 182.625, opposite to the longest day. So I don't know exactly what. Oh, I see. There's lots of gloves. Do you know where my hood is?
Yeah, it's over here. It's on the.
Okay, so you found my favorite hood that I use?
Yeah, I'm getting everything all ready to go.
Okay, Kim, I need to take a break for a minute.
Okay, well, can you? Yeah.
I'm just taking a walk for a minute. That's all. I've gotten rid of the guy on the phone.
Yeah, I understand.
I just need to.
I'm just cleaning this.
I just need to break.
Cleaning the torch.
Oh, walk over near this stove.
Yeah, go ahead. I got this. I got you guys.
What we got for heat? Oh, isn't that good?
How's everyone doing tonight? We're actually getting stuff done. I got the linkage for the automatic transmission adapted from, instead of being clutch linkage, it's now a shift linkage. Instead of the linkage going from the rods for the 3-speed, it now goes to the little part, and and I actually got the engine and transmission with the kickdown linkage, so I was able to hook that back up. So I have a kickdown that'll just, it's all there, it just needs adjusted. And I made a little adapter fitting for the carburetor because the carburetor came off of a manual transmission car, so it didn't have it. We made that work. Mama M3 is still here. I only behave like I need to be. Oh goodness, I hope I'm not sure what that is. We're having our rather quiet solstice festivities here tonight. Solstice festivities are nice. It's like a marking of a, it doesn't get any worse. It's all downhill from here as far as nice job on the linkage, Kim. Thank you, Kylie, KJ Kylie. I made it backwards. I was so mad, but this came off of that blue W150, a four-wheel drive truck. So it was a very different linkage. I made it all go. Ruger Farming is here. Says hello, you fine folks. Welcome to the stream, Ruger Farmer.
I'm headed that
Ruger Farming. Brenda Cargirl says I like the linkage. Thank you, Brenda. I'm sorry that I'm not talking to the stream as much tonight. My head is very much engrossed in getting this done. Oh, you had to take a phone call and you're back. He had to go pee. I'll bet you he peed on a tree. Maybe. Did you walk over to the house? Yeah, he walked over the house. He's fast.
I walked by your machine and it is it
1816
1816 Bravo. Yeah, 1816.
I cleaned this out real good. It's nice.
Oh, good.
Nice
that makes a huge difference.
Flow. Yeah, I want you to have.
Yeah, I want to do a nice job.
Well, I want you to have a good start up here.
Oh God, how's the tip look?
I replaced it not too long ago.
Okay.
It's getting really garbagey. So.
Oh God, it is cold out there,
oh, yeah.
Man. Yeah, as I came in, I stood by the wood stove for like 30 seconds, and that helps. Man, it is cold. I don't like cold. Well, so as of tomorrow, the day should get longer.
Yeah,
and you know what? Here in Tennessee, by the end of February, we'll start seeing flowers on things, and some plants will start getting their leaves back. So it'll start warming up by end of February, usually here, which would be really good. So we're in the coldest part now. Bag a billion. Too funny. I was going to say. Just going to find a bush. Okay. Hanlon's Garage. What are you working on? Working on a drive shaft for a '66 Dodge Dart.
And you'll see the car in just a minute here when I change the
change the camera. Yeah, because we got a couple of cameras we're running, so we'll swap that camera on. But we replaced the engine, but it had a three speed on the column, 3 in the tree, And Kim really wanted an automatic in it, so we put an automatic in it. But then
I had the automatic, and the manual transmission was all messed up.
So we ended up having to shorten a drive shaft. Is the end of the.
Actually, we have to lengthen a drive shaft.
Okay, so we got a different drive shaft, and we shortened it, which made a longer drive shaft. So, we got to weld the drive shaft. Let's see who else here. Ruger Farming. Yeah, nothing like wood heat. You're right, man. I wish I had one of those.
Nice, yeah.
Wish I had one of those stoves in the house.
More work, but
man, I wish I had one of those in the house. I'd eat that cheese that you brought, except I know it's cold. I can't eat cold anything right now. Everything's just too cold. No, it's cold. I can't.
Go stand by the stove for a few minutes.
I can't eat cold stuff.
I'll say hello.
Oh, I'm standing here by this heater.
No, it's warmer over there. Go over there.
Yeah, it's warmer over there. All right.
Mm-hmm. You need to get warmed up so you're not shivering in front of the welder. Ignorance is bliss. Maybe. Did Ray leave? Good night, 38 Racing. Ray has been a really good friend to us. We enjoyed spending time with him at the most recent No Name Nationals. One-Eyed Cat says, kudos to your dedication, Kim. It's inspiring. Well, thank you. That's one of the goals of this channel is Well, my channel, my overall goal as an entertainer is to educate, inspire, and entertain. So hopefully something that we're doing tonight does that. I mean, a lot of people, we're not doing stuff that's like super, super technical. So most of you all, like, you're like, yeah, that's how you would do it. We're not like doing a lot of groundbreaking stuff. I think people have beat the old Mopars to death as far as how things are done. We're not going to do anything special, but it's us. It's what we do. How we get through it. We got nice wood stoves here, very efficient with regular firewood. Our wood stove is not the most new and modern one, but so it's not automatic. But if you know how to work the dampeners, it has air intake, so there's dampeners for that, and then we have a flue on it. So once you get it going, you dampen down how much oxygen it's getting, and then you restrict the flow out of the flue. And it gets nice and hot, puts off lots of heat and very little smoke. And that's what you want. And we watch it to make sure it's burning properly. If you don't watch it, or if you don't understand how it's a reactor, it's a wood-fired reactor. If you understand that and you stack the wood in properly and you adjust the air properly, it's actually really efficient. But if you don't know what you're doing, no one ever taught you how to really work a stove.
I just added wood.
Do they take standard or premium firewood without detonating? You need to run the premium firewood, but luckily it's pretty plentiful here. Yeah, the timing advance is pretty critical. That's what the knobs on the oxygen thing are for. You guys. Reburner tubes. We don't have any reburner tubes, but if you dampen down the oxygen enough, and you restrict how fast it can go up the flue, it does kind of react. Vagabillion, the smell alone, you can tell if it is too wet. So if you have wet firewood, you get a hot spot in the fire and you put it over here. And then if you have enough room, you put the wet firewood off to the side, and you actually cook it into kind of coal, and then you push it into the pile of coals and you put another kind of wet one in there. So you can cycle it, but you have to keep after it. You have to be aware of what the firewood, like we have the wood for the next couple of days stacked up not far from the stove, so it will slowly dry. And we have some wood from last year. It's pretty well seasoned, but it gets damp from being outside. So you got to cycle it. Be ready. You have to anticipate. It's not simple, like, just the heat is on. You have to, like, he was out here at 4 in the afternoon lighting that fire so that we could be out here at 11 o'clock at night enjoying the heat. It does, like, people don't realize, like, just a big fire in a brick fireplace, all the heat goes up the chimney and it sucks a bunch of air in there with it, and your back gets really cold from the draft going past you. A stove, you have a lot more control. But it burns like grease lightning. That's right. Good preheat, hot coals, dry wood, and air adjustment. Hanlon's Garage. You know how it's done then, I hope. I find it very soothing, because when I was young, we didn't have a wood stove. We had a fireplace. But my dad kind of taught us how it was done, and then once we knew what we were doing, we were still pretty young. OB1 knobs. Maybe, yeah. Once we were old enough to be careful, and my dad would sit with us, but we were allowed to tend to fire, so, and then we split firewood and we bring it in, and, over the years, probably a decade or more of tending the fireplace. And then you got to really, really know, like, oh, I want to get a lot of heat out of it. I have to stack the wood like this so the air comes through. And, yeah. Of course, this is why I built the big firewood shelter here, because you want the firewood to be from at least a year or two ago. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, you have to plan ahead. Well, we just got firewood for next year. Big oak rounds, like this big from up the street. They were cutting down a big tree that was had a rotten spot in the middle and it had ants in it. So they dropped them off. I took the skid loader up there, loaded. I took my truck up there. They loaded up the back of my truck, and they had a big wagon. They loaded up their wagon, brought it all here, and stacked it in our front yard. I live in -40, so yeah. Oh man, that stuff. The worst part about this garage is that the doors are in pretty dire condition. We've patched them up a little bit, but they are not airtight. So if you stand over by the doors, the air is just sucking in through the the long. We need some better weather strip or whatnot. The stoves we got here have built-in automated fans, all fancy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right now we just have a box fan blowing to keep the heat. I love listening to you. Oh, thank you. That is sweet of you. You are very smart. It seems we've lost some of that in our country. I just know the things that I was taught. I don't know that I'm like very smart, but um, I have some hyper focus. There are things that I'm really good at, and then there's other things that I'm need a new overhead door, like a roll up door or something like that would be way better than what we have. But you know,
Yeah, we have like barn doors that swing.
they're like barn doors. Yeah, they're very rudimentary.
You know what, Kim? Those barn doors used to have foam, chunks of styrofoam in the slots. Now, I don't know what happened to all that styrofoam. They're just bare metal now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, the
I don't know
foam
what
is
happened to those.
the foam. See up on, above where the cabinet is. There's some up there, and then there's some up there. Yeah, there's a bunch of places, but I made it so it doesn't fit because the doors were sagging. I had to take them apart. Northern Manitoba. Well, you know about the cold.
Northern Manitoba.
Yeah, I'm from Pittsburgh. It's cold there, but nothing compared to
Northern Manitoba.
Hanlon's Garage is in Northern Manitoba. Wow. Are you new here? Welcome to the stream.
Got two Hanlons now. Tommy Hanlon and Hanlon's Garage.
We have a lot of practical.
Look at that. They're right there together. Tommy Hanlon's in Ireland, and Hanlon's Garage is in Northern Manitoba. Wow.
You can get nicer foam gasketry from home centers too. Yeah, the next day we have that it's nice and warm, like it's 60 during the day. We should open the doors up and put some foam in them. But the thing of it is they need fixed. It's
one door's pretty good, and the other door's got some rotten wood on it, so it's not very good. You know, you can only do so much. You know, we get a lot done, but
I mean, we're hyper focused on the car, and everything else is kind of going by the wayside. If we make enough heat, we can kind of stay warm while we work. And there's.
Well, we're supposed to have cold for a couple of days here, and then by Christmas it's supposed to be like 20 degrees warmer, which would be really nice. Be up in the 50s, low 60s by Christmas and the day after Christmas.
All right. What do you think about welding?
I'm ready. If you're ready.
Ready to weld.
Okay, what I did was I added some more wood to the fire. I added one more. I kind of spread it out.
Okay.
And I put one big chunk in there, and I got it going. So it's we have some more fuel in there.
Have a Merry Christmas, Ruger Farming. Thanks for stopping by. Check us out on Tuesday nights Central Time. We do a live show in our studio. We have a green screen. We talk about old cars. It's a lot of fun.
And we do a picture show with people's cars. So if you have cars that you want to show, you can send us pictures, and we'll put them up and talk about your cars.
Yeah.
So we have fun with that.
But we're still going. We're going to do some welding.
We're going to do some welding. Yep.
Okay. See what we can get done. Let me see if I can get this other camera going.
Oh yeah, now I got to swap cameras.
Yeah, see if you can get it. Just go full cat.
Go full cat.
See if you can.
That full cat. That's on me. Oh, I see. It's sort of on the drive shaft, but it's like not focused on the drive shaft. I don't know why the focus isn't there.
But once you're over here, it'll focus on you.
Yeah, Hanlon Garage. I'm glad you're here. Just came across the stream and seen One Eyed Cat. Yeah, One Eyed Cat's one of our part of our community. With his, he's got a I don't know. Do you know him? He's got an old Plymouth Valiant, 1962 Valiant with a 440 in it. So that's a beast. That's quite a car.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, hit the like button.
Yeah, thank you for hitting the like button. Okay, Kim, are we ready to? Hanlon Garage. I'm working on 86 Buick Regal T-Type. Man, I like the T-Types. Yep, man. I had a giant Buick. What's that thing called? The big Buick T-Type. The big front driver. What's that thing? Can't think of what that thing was called.
I don't know, but if you're going to talk
But anyway,
camera.
Okay, so now I got to go over to do some work.
Oh, he's working on an 86 Buick Regal T-Type. You're going to have to send us pictures. We'd love to see them. And you can send the buffdelcampo@gmail.com, and we do that on Tuesdays.
How did this get all filled?
Is that yours, or is that another one?
Mine. How did y'all keep it in here so it get
It was in there. I don't know. Here, I'll give you some. Oh, he's mad. Here's a paper towel.
Need something wet.
Wet.
It's not. Yeah,
so
scratch the shit out of this. Like,
how about water or alcohol? Which do you want?
not alcohol, just water.
Just a spray bottle of water.
Just spray some water on it. Yeah, look at this.
Ice. It's dirty.
I don't want to keep it in a box so it stays shiny.
I don't know. There's a lot of dust. They've been doing stuff.
Rolling. Come on, guys.
Do you?
I'm trying to one hand this stuff. There.
Here's the car too. Car.
Okay, where do I have to stand? So, the camera's there. Okay, I see. Man, these clothes are cold.
Go stick them on the stove for a second.
Okay, are you ready?
I think I am, man. Just okay.
Okay, let's flip it over.
Go ahead and spin it.
Oh, I thought it was locked. Yeah, it's gonna give us spins.
Okay, gotta go around. I'll be over there now. I'll help you from here on.
I got it.
Okay. Where do you need to go?
I want you to check it. I want you to put the car check.
I can't because it has to have that weird ass yoke on.
So you want me to continue welding?
Yes. You want me to rotate by you low? You
No.
want to tack?
No, I'm gonna do some more stuff. Okay, turn it 180 degrees. Yeah, this is far there. Okay, let's go. 45. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Yeah, 90. There. Okay. Okay there. I don't know that. Okay, I got grounding issues. It might work. The ground came loose.
Okay, I'll check.
I'm holding it.
Probably okay.
Yeah, it's good now. Okay, I'm gonna weld with a section. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, turn. Like here. Good.
Yep.
There. Stop. Too far. Back there. Up. Up. There. Ready?
Yep.
Okay, wait. Not far enough. There you go. Stop. There's some more. Stop. By the time I'm done, the welds will look good. Okay, more. Stop. Okay, now I got cable probably. Yeah, there. Stop. Come back. Come back. Stop. Stop. I could have did better.
I don't care.
Stop. So this is annoying. Thing there again. Okay, let's turn and see if I can just anywhere. Yeah, that looks like shit.
Don't touch it. That's good enough. You're gonna just add weight. I don't want to. It's strong enough.
Yeah, that's not gonna come up there. Okay, let's take it up. Here.
Good. I got this.
I'll put my glove on this bench.
Okay. I'm gonna get my camera, and I'm going to show the people.
Don't show my welds. It looks like that.
That looks fantastic. All right, we have the Pro Welder. No warm up. Put some welding on there.
It'll work.
It's gonna hold.
Where's my chair over there?
And then there's our camera. Say hi, guys. See us there. Working in the shop, streaming, and putting it together, doing all the things. Get this car going. Get this car going. Now I gotta put the press in the joints, and then we can test fit it.
Okay, I don't know why my chair's over there. I guess my chair's sitting over there.
Yeah, a minute. You can have it back. Oh, good job catching. Okay, you can switch cameras back.
You know, it's warm leaning over that welder. Okay, we got to weld the drive shaft, so we just got to let it cool off and then put.
See what everybody said.
Here comes a stack of dimes. Now I'm not that good.
Okay, it looks like a stack of. It looks
So
fantastic.
Kim has bugs actually working. Yeah.
He's the welder here. He's got years and years of experience.
Well, it says
I can weld little
ads.
linkages and stuff.
We got ads coming in right now, so let's not say anything too important.
Well, here's my welds, my garbage welds.
They look okay.
And then he does near aircraft quality welds. He's a little out of practice.
Well, when I'm using a TIG machine, I used to do some really nice welds, but this is a big old MIG, you know. Never going to have it look as nice with the MIG machine.
Well, and how much warm-up welding did you get to do?
Well, and the thing is, I didn't want to just run one bead all the way around it because I wanted to hit it across, so that it didn't pull one direction or the other. So that's why I did it in sections like that, and it's noticeable. It's in sections, you know.
Right. All I care is that it's not going to break.
All she cares about, it doesn't break. Hanlon's Garage. I heard we used to be Hanlon's Tommy. Mega Billion. Never weld after hours. The good news is we get to keep them for extra 80 minutes. Ooh,
Yeah.
what was that big bang?
All right. Yeah, we're working. You guys are all surprised that we're getting something done. This car's got to be done by New Year's. I said it's going to be done, and I put the drive shaft in, and it was wrong. It was like, oh man, we're never going to get done like this.
So does this use the same U joints, or what do we got to do to make it go? Or we don't know yet.
So we use the transition U joint.
I'm sorry.
From
Ford to Chrysler, it was an AMC U joint.
Right, and we did that in the front of the drive shaft to go from the yoke to the Ford drive shaft.
Uh-huh.
But now we need to go from the Chrysler yoke to the Chrysler drive shaft. So we have to switch where that goes from the front to the back of the drive shaft. We have to basically take it all apart and replace the two U joints.
Are the U joints still usable?
They're still the right buttons, okay. Yeah. It's still the same combination, but
it's just we're going to have our.
We have to press them all out and put them back in.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh God. I'm going to look up Count Redmond O'Hanlon, Irish Robin. I don't know what that's about. DMC was beaming and screaming. Oh man. Well, I guess we don't need this.
That's a giveaway.
This is a giveaway, a real short drive shaft. That's a throwaway item. That's something we'll cut ourselves on. Man. So, soon we'll be driving a Dodge Dart again. Well, automatic.
Don't get ahead of yourself. We're working on it. We're trying for New Year's. I was hoping for Christmas, but I think we need the extra time.
New Year's. Yeah, if you say New Year's and you get it a few days early, you'll be happy.
I'm not gonna get. It's not.
And if you say Christmas and you're a few days late, you'll be unhappy.
Yeah. I mean, we might be here New Year's Eve still.
Oh, New Year's Eve. You know what New Year's Eve is? New Year's Eve is a Tuesday night, which means we're going to be live in the studio.
Yeah, but if this hasn't been started yet, I'm going to have to be out here after the live.
Oh, geez.
To work on it. Or we'll have to bring the live out here. I don't think we want to do that. O means son of in Irish names. Oh, son of Hanlon. Oh, O'Leary.
I didn't know what the significance of the O was.
Thank you everyone for being here and supporting us while we're working on the shop. The dart thanks you because it gets extra love and attention that it so desperately needs. It's going to run so good. That engine, the ring, I pulled the pistons out and checked the ring gaps, and everything is really good. It's going to run fantastic. We're doing all we're you see how we're
Well, we
doing with
still
measurements and stuff like
we
that. We're
still
really taking our time.
have to mark the push rods so we can see if they're turning.
We are going to have to watch the push rods. We have to make sure that the cam breaks in properly with the lifters. It's going to be
Well, it should be all broken in, but if they're not turning, they'll ruin themselves.
yeah.
So we need to make sure that's happening because it's a used cam, used lifters, all put back in the same position, so it should work right.
Well, I had to replace two because the lifters were bad.
Oh, you had to replace two. Okay.
Yeah, so the cam might be bad on that one lifter, and then the other one should spin.
Hey,
But
look at this. Dick Dashley found one-eyed cat, a flex blade.
thanks for
Cool.
doing that.
What's left to do on the dart? Okay, Kim. The question from Lester LeSabre: what's left to do on the dart?
I made a Z bar, and I need to put it in there. I might need to bend a couple little things, and I need to drill a hole for a push clip on the linkage, and then I will have transmission linkage. The wires need hooked up, but there's only about 4 wires to hook up because it's a slant 6, so it's pretty simple.
Fuel lines hooked up?
Everything but the rubber line right at the carburetor.
Okay.
The carburetor is mounted, but it's not tightened down. But all the linkages are connected to it because I was fabricating kickdown linkages.
And your transmission lines are just hooked together up front. They're not in the radiator, not in the cooler. So
yeah, they're just a loop under the bumper here. You can kind of see there's.
So we could drive it like that, but that's not a permanent solution.
Yeah, no. We're cutting some corners to get it done in time. The radiator is in there. The fan and everything is mounted properly with the top hose on and the thermostat.
We checked the thermostat tonight. I did a short on that. She bought a new thermostat, but I'm gonna check it anyway, and it's good thermostat. So, where is that thermostat? Quit paying attention to me, didn't you?
Thermostat is in my purse.
Okay, because I gotta drill a hole in the thermostat.
Oh, that's right. That's part of your job.
And then Buddy Carfano said he sent photos for Tuesday Night Live this week, 1973.
Sweet, thank you, buddy.
Kind of looking forward to 1973 because there were a lot of good cars in '73. The performance was going away, but there's still some pretty good cars, Alan's Garage, this sounds like my family. I mean, Helen, the King of England, put a price on Count Redmond Hannon's head. Gene Stevenson, what about the clock? Oh, that's like
Son of Clock?
That means, who knows, son of the clock? Heard that. Heather and heathens would be able to take time without the Irish. Oh, man. It's still a bit on the cool side. What's the temperature in here? Oh, it's above 60. It's 62.
You get cold easy, though. Are your feet cold from standing on the floor?
I don't know. My feet are like half numb. They're probably not doing too well. But,
yeah, we probably... Leaning tower. It is. It is a leaning tower of power. Yes, fell off.
It created gravity. It created the gravity?
Yeah, that's when it was invented.
Oh, there's the thermostat. Okay, we can do a short whenever we're ready to do the short. I don't want to drill that without put it on video. I kind of liked 38 Racing. I think it was 38 Racing says to cut a notch, which would work quite well too.
That could, like with a saw. That'd be great. It would bubble a lot faster, actually. And it still wouldn't be too much.
Well, all you need, an 1/8-inch hole will bleed all the air out of it. While it's sitting there warming up, everything fills up with coolant. Get all the air out of it before it starts backing up, bubbling up through where the cap is. So now all you're doing is you're waiting for the drive shaft to cool, right?
Um, no, no, I was just resting.
Okay.
Now I need to uh, remove the joints that we need from the other drive shaft.
Yeah, that's a two-person job. Yeah, because it's a big long drive shaft in the press. Somebody's got to hold the other end.
Yeah. I gotta take this got clips and I gotta take those out.
Dean Stevenson says, "Is a kiwi the mark of ignorance?" I don't know.
Don't we need a rock to take these out? Isn't that how?
Oh yeah, I saw the first time I saw UPG Uncle Tony's Garage. He did a video with a to change the U joint. He goes, "You don't need any special tools," and he took a rock and a socket or something and knocked the U joint out, and then put a new one in, put it all together. But Carfana says, "Nice warm 78 in living room pellet stove blasting away." Yeah, I've never done anything with a pellet stove. I assume that's a lot like a wood stove, only probably a lot more efficient.
Well, the pellets are very uniform,
Yeah, they're uniform, but
so you can have like a
see,
self feeder.
oh, I see.
See.
Because we don't have uniform wood.
Yeah, you can't expect something.
We have non-uniform wood.
Yep. It's very easy to regulate too, because the moisture and everything, it's all free.
I put a pretty good sized chunk of wood in there. I thought we were going to be here for a while.
Well, I'm not.
See here.
Here.
Helen Scron. Oh, it's nice chatting with everyone. Got to go. Have a nice day. Hey, thanks for stopping by. And
who was it?
Helen's Garage. Yeah, stop by again sometimes. We have a good time in here.
Good people.
Worldwide chat.
Here, lift your feet up.
Lift my feet up. Oh, you're gonna put like softness down for my feet?
Warmth. Insulation.
Insulation for my feet. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, thanks. It's kind of lumpy because it's like messed up. Yeah. Okay, all right. That's good.
We want to get you. We don't want you to.
Stephen said Tommy Hanlon had an uncle went to Vancouver first, and then Nova Scotia. And that's about as far away as you can get and still be in Canada. My dog is from Labrador, KJ Kiley. Is it a retriever? Yeah, my last dog was some kind of Labrador mix, 100-pound dog, big black dog. Dean Stevenson says, "Helen's Garage, be warned, I do argue a lot, mainly with myself."
Yeah, his multiple personalities have a tendency to disagree with each other. It makes sense. They're different.
Man, that dog, that big black lab I had, I was in Arizona and I came home. That dog was so excited to see me, and that dog was not allowed in the bedroom. But I went in, I was tired because I'd just driven like 1,800 miles. So I went in there and just plopped down on the bed on my stomach. And here comes that dog and jumped in bed with me. And I thought, I haven't seen the dog in a while. I'm not going to kick him out. And I put my arm around the dog, and he's wet. It's like, "You're wet." And then I smell it. And he's wet because a skunk had sprayed him. And it's like, "Yeah, get out of this bed." He ran out of there. But I washed the bedspread, I washed the sheets, I washed the blankets, I washed my clothes. Nothing got rid of that smell. I came home. The next time I came home, like several weeks later, I could still smell skunk in the house. That dog was really friendly. I could just see him out there playing with the skunk, and the skunk's scared and spraying him, and the dog just thinks he's playing, having fun. They're a very friendly dog. Dean Stevenson, nice one. I'd get the continental sleepy, but never unable to think. What's going on? Yeah, KJ Kylie says she's a retrieving fool. You're trying to get the clips out, and the drive shaft's walking around.
Yeah, this is the wrong way to do this. Being dumb.
Oh, what is this? Dean Stevenson. Once they empty their sex. Let's see. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's saying if they empty their sex. He's probably talking about the.
Oh, empty. Oh, you mean the skunks?
Yeah, I think that's.
You have skunks in New Zealand, or do you have some other stinky animal that's similar to a skunk?
You have never had a skunk.
Oh, we get them around here.
What the?
That hit me. That hit behind my head somewhere.
Damn it! No.
Back in where nothing, you'll never find anything back there.
Oh man!
Now we're gonna be buying clips if we can even buy those.
Oh, so.
Yeah, I heard it hit back there like on one of those plastic things.
Sure did. Oh, whatever.
So where did it go?
It's way back there, under as far as this.
Did you see it?
No, I saw it bounce back there where I can't get it.
Yeah, I heard it hit something back there.
Whatever. I think I have used one.
Spare U-joint clips. Spare U-joint clips. Because that one went flying.
I got the other drive shaft. It's got clips on it. I think it does. Well, I'll figure it out.
Only in Parliament, Buff. This is not political advice. Skunks in Parliament. Yeah, I can imagine that. Man. Levi's Backyard Performance. What size U-joint? I may have some 1310 and 1350 style clips. I don't know, there's C clips that are on the inside. Not the ones that go on the outside. I don't know, I think Kim's got some around here in another drive shaft.
I'll have to take the ones out of this other drive shaft.
Okay.
So I'll have the two that came off of this set. Okay. It's just annoying.
Let's see here, Dean Stevenson. What? They are always very civil, Buff. Look at Garage. Are those called damn it clips? Yeah. Well, I heard her tink 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 with a screwdriver, and then behind
come off until bam.
Behind my head, I hear whack against the wall, and it's like, oh no, I know what that was.
Dumb.
And there's a whole bunch of stuff against that wall. So
it's there's a motor and all kinds of stuff on the shelf, and I don't know where it landed.
So, Dean Stevenson said they are always very civil. Hey, have you ever watched like Parliament and some, I don't know what they call it, some kind of a governmental body in some countries, and people get up, the members would get up and they get to have fist fights and everything.
Oh, that's always nice.
I'm amazed that kind of stuff even happens.
That's funny. That's wild stuff.
Easy off. Because they end up in Alabama. We went to Alabama. You cook to buff. You cook to buff. You cook to buff. What does that mean? You cook to buff.
For buff?
Oh, does she cook for me?
We take turns.
Sometimes she cooks out on the gas grill.
Yeah.
So, like, if we have, like, pork chops or beef or burgers or something, she'll do that on a gas grill. I'll do stuff in the crock pot sometimes. She'll do stuff in the crock pot.
You make stuff in the skillet with garlic?
Oh, yeah, I'll do stuff in the skillet with, whoever cooks. And the thing is, I'm on kind of a diabetic diet. She's on a diet because of some oils and things she can't have. So a lot of times we're eating things that are a little bit different. But there's things we can both eat. So yeah, sometimes we eat the same things, and I cook or she cooks. Dean Stevens says Taiwan karate. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was in Taiwan. I saw that one time where there was their parliament or whatever they call their legislative body. They had a big fist fight. That's kind of funny seeing that happen. Man, they get pretty serious there. Oh yeah, they were beating on each other, and they ran out of the chamber, and one chasing the other. Oh man.
We need more of that in government. There's people's lives at stake.
Just big opinion says crookpot us next time. Crockpot us next time. Up them rating views per serving. You know what we did? We did a short, like what, like a week ago? Kim came up here and lit up the fire early, and then she brought a big pot up there and put meat and potatoes and carrots and stuff in there and made a big old stew on top of the wood stove. So I came up here and we sat there and ate dinner and then went to work, but we had nice hot food. Dean says at least they care enough to fight for their country. Yeah. Right. They were both fighting for the same country. uh, Tim says, changing up for Christmas dinner. New York strip steaks on the grill. Oh man, that sounds good. Blue Grit, do you do barbecue pork steaks down there? You know, neither of us are really Southerners, but Kim does that. Kim does pork chops on the grill, and man, do those turn out good. Dean says my workmate at the time was from Taiwan. He said he was so embarrassed. Okay, so I know when that was. I remember that. I told him I want to be Taiwanese too. If you're too embarrassed, so embarrassed because of a fist fight in the whatever it was, their chamber. It was stunning to see that, but now I kind of laugh at it. Okay, well they're passionate about their beliefs.
At least they're not shooting each other.
Yeah, they're not shooting each other. What you doing? Setting up to pull U-joints?
Trying, yeah.
Okay, so we got to swap cams, and then I'll go over there and help hold the drive shaft, because I'll hold it at the right height rather than you trying to brace it all up.
I'm just finding stuff that's facing it the right place.
Yeah, but you're not gonna have fun with that. I'd rather put the cam on it and have me hold it. Wouldn't that make sense?
I don't know. Do they want to see?
I don't know. Does everybody want to watch me sit here on a chair in front of a heater, or do you want to watch us do the U-joints? Oh, she's working it already without me, so I don't know. Maybe she'll do it.
I got 4 to do, and then I got to take them out, put them in.
You got to take them out, put them in, all that. There's 4 of them to do. Okay.
Do they want to see? They don't care.
Nobody's answered yet.
Yeah, they just want to talk.
I don't know. It sure is easier if I'm holding the back of the drive shaft up. Yeah, Lester LeSabre says, sure, show us. Okay, so we need to do some cam changes here.
Man, it's tough to get a cam all the way back in here while we do
We'll just tip it toward, and I'll switch cameras, and they'll be able to see some of it.
All right, it's not so
See you serving up some brisket while she does a U-joint. Need a floor cam so we can watch. Okay, let me turn on the... Okay, I'm going to swap cams here. We're going to go to Elgato. Oh, Elgato doesn't exist.
Give it a second. I got to turn it on.
Oh, that's why I got nothing. There's no camera on. Okay, tell me when.
It's coming.
Yeah, I mean, just tell me so I can swap cameras. So I'm not swapping to a blank camera.
Maybe I should pull this out of the corner. Does it move at all, or is it like way...
Dean Stevens says, yeah, we want to see everything, and there's like a whole bunch of avatars and stuff. Yeah, it is. That press is kind of back in the corner. Peckerwood Customs
It's a little better.
says LOL. Peckerwood Customs. Were you in here earlier? Weren't here when I was sitting here. Maybe Kim was sitting here, but if not, good evening. Welcome to the chat. Temperature has come up. It's like 63 in here, so it's getting more.
All right, pop it over to here.
Elgato?
See if it comes up. Yeah.
Oh, that looks like it. Okay, so I'm going to walk away from the chat. I'm not going to be able to read chat, but I'm going to be over there helping her hold the drive cam.
You know, I might be able to turn. I might be able to change microphones so that you guys can
Don't
hear.
be doing experimental microphones.
It won't hurt anything. Go talk to the cat cam. See if it comes up.
Okay, I'm headed that way, but I'm going around.
Guys, I'm over here for a minute.
I'm grabbing my gloves, so I'm turning around.
Oop. Here I am. Okay, I'm here for a minute. You know, these things are. It's not easy to do multi-cams. I need a mouse-sized. I need a drone. I need a team of drones to search for my C-clip. That's what the drones really are for. They're searching for C-clips. Shh! Don't tell anyone. We'll do ASMR. Are you guys loving this stream? So much fun working on my 66 touch star.
This is up to you over there, but I'm here.
Okay, talk to the cam.
Talk to the cam. I'm talking to the cam.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Okay, so we're gonna have to yell a little. They're gonna have to turn their sound up because our microphone's way over there. Okay, you're on the microphone over there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, maybe it's this one. Talk to that one.
Oh, there's a different one over here. Can you hear now?
Nah, it doesn't work. None of it works. It's garbage. It's all garbage. It's this camera only. Whisper to the needle bearings. That's right. Oh man, I can think of things to say that I shouldn't say on camera. All right, guys, I'm going over there. We need a live producer. That's right. That's my job, but I have too many jobs. I wear too many hats in this house.
That's the difference between us and Motor Trend. We don't have 10 or 12 people working.
We need more people.
Oh, that's the latest.
I'm gonna try and make that light. Yeah.
Wow.
Is that helpful?
Yeah, might help.
Okay.
I don't know. I can't see, but yeah, I'm looking back at the monitor. It looks like you can see. Okay, tell me what you need.
No, I think that's out. A little piece of what?
2x4.
There's one right here.
You used to have a bunch of them. Oh, yeah. Say, I'm going to lift this. Can I lift this?
Not yet. Okay. For a second. I think this is out. I don't know if I can get it. Oh, yeah. Get that off of there. Yeah. Oh, do I have to push it back out? Oh, man. You have to push it all the way through in the other direction. Nope. All right, the drive shaft can come out of there.
Really?
Yeah, I got this is out.
Okay.
We don't need that drive shaft at all.
Lift it up. We don't need this one at all?
No, that's not true. Flip it around. I need to take that in. Hold on. Look, I'm getting so much grease on this. I need.
But I don't see what the problem is here. I don't know what the hell we need. Oh, piece of wood. So, long. Got it? I don't know what you're doing. Okay.
Can they see? Oh, yeah, they can see.
Yeah, they can see.
Oh, it's warm here.
Nice and warm.
I don't know.
Maybe the heat is coming up across the ceiling back down.
What I didn't do was take these out. I gotta get the.
Oh, you gotta get those clips out of them.
Clips out of there. Hopefully they come out without a springy mess.
Swinging them across the room.
Without a big flingy mess. Foolish flingy mess. This is the greasiest.
It's a great thing because we were leaking oil all over the bottom of the car.
And I'll bet you half of that crankcase was the Lucas stuff to keep it from making it. It is very. Oh, freaking force. Me.
So I said, put your hand over it. Wait. Went flying. I'm looking for it. I heard it hit about 3 times.
It's back there. I'll find it. No, get out of there. You're just...
Yeah, I'm not worthy of that job.
I have. Just need that cap.
Yeah, loosen up.
Come on, Clip. I'm sick of you. Sorry, guys, for yelling.
Stuff.
Yeah, it's like stuck in the what's it called? Yeah, it's stuck in. I just need hammer on it, screwdriver. Give it a tap. Out. Out. Come on, I had it. Why? And it didn't even launch.
It didn't launch. That's good. Wasn't ready for that.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sockets just 16. Good length. Why would I do this? I get a microphone.
I think people can hear us well enough. I can't see the jacket. I can see the jacket, but it's too small for me.
This isn't going to work because
There's
there's one of those grease jerks in there. Grease jerks.
Zerks. It's not jerks, they're Zerks.
Oh, it's a jerk. I'm telling you. Grease jerk.
They don't speak Zerk.
I could, but I could also. Sorry, my arm's in the way.
It's not moving.
There. Find out. There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Come on. No.
Is that the piece that goes to the port remain?
Yeah. This, yeah, this is out of here. We don't need this now.
I don't need.
Mm-hmm.
See what you got.
So it's an inch and a half longer?
At least.
Yeah. It's supposed to be 2. 2 to 2.5. So. Okay, talk to Chad for a minute.
Talk to Chet.
Yeah.
I'll walk over here and see if I can see the chat while you're moving drive shafts around.
Yeah, there's nothing to see. I'm gonna have my head in the way.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. I came in this kind of in the middle of things. I guess Kim's moving the camera on.
Did you switch scenes?
No.
Switch scenes.
Barrows just showed up. Hey, how you doing? Well, I'll swap to scene. There.
Yeah.
Now I'm back over here.
I guess
Kim's reorganizing over there.
Do you wanna have the 2 scenes and that they can still kind of see what's going on?
Yeah, okay, I'll put it on both. Scene 2. Yeah, there we are. It's on both. Oh, wait a minute. I'm on the wrong both. I got to put 2.2. There we go.
Yeah.
Barrow says just got off work. It's a Buff and Kim show.
Boy, he's working long hours.
Yeah, now that he went somewhere and talked to him and they offered him a job and he took it. They offer me jobs and I don't take them anymore. Yeah, they like kind of open it and come to Arizona and work at the test site on the bad word drones, but they're much different drones. But they, yeah, I don't really want to do that because there's no end to it. They'll just have me out there for the rest of forever. Maybe deploy to some terrible place in the world. You know, it's time for some young people to do that stuff. I don't know why all the people are deploying to bad places in the world. They're all like in their 60s. I'm 70. I'm too old for that. I've been talking about religion and poly. Wear my pants tight enough you can tell what religion and poly are like. You can see what Kim's doing over there. Jeez. So, Barrows, what we did was we found a drive shaft. We needed a longer drive shaft, so we found one that was too long and we shortened it. And now Kim's assembling it so we can put it in the car.
Yeah, because because the rear end needs this thing.
Yeah, it's got a Ford rear end on it, so it's different. See, Buff and Kim, you can see how trustworthy we can be while you were away. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't really watch the whole thing, but
you guys are top notch.
Yeah, try not to let that go, man. Put that thing in a plastic bag while you take those out so the clips stay in the plastic bag. She's already lost a couple of clips that went flying across the room.
We'll find them.
We'll find them.
I see the one that we don't need. I see.
The one we don't need, you see. Yeah, the one of them went past my ear and hit the wall behind me where there's tons of stuff. KJ Kylie says, Dean Stevenson, that's right. Oh, that you can be trustworthy.
You guys are top notch. Everyone in the chat that can hear the sound of my voice gets a point for being trustworthy.
They can hear you just fine. I'm watching you on the tape gauge for the microphone. You're right up there into the yellow.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not loud.
That's when you're a little bit loud. It's enough.
Can you see what's happening?
Well, sorta, yeah. Are you assembling that?
This one's got to come apart. This
okay,
is the
it's
one
coming
that has
apart.
to have the conversion.
Okay, because I'm reading chat. Let's see here. Barrows, my one and only neighbor, is talking about moving to Montana, so we're knuckling down to buy them out to extend our property out another 2 acres
Oh, wow.
with another shop. Oh man, you can never have enough shops.
That's a big move.
Mike, and did you show the proper way to measure for correct drive shaft length? Good video idea.
No.
Well, I don't know. We didn't do that. She was under there and measured. Dean Stevenson, because you old guys are looking after yourselves and street smart. I bet a dude from Baltimore could survive anywhere in the world. Baltimore. Oh my God. I walked through an old section of Baltimore. Place I was afraid for my life walking through there by myself. It's where the federal building is. And I parked about a half mile from there in the only available parking. Walked to the federal building. Federal building was okay. It's all secure like when you go in an airport. But the area around there was, I don't ever want to go back there again. Wait, nothing like my first point in Yahoo. Bag of billions is my first point in Yahoo. Or my first point, Yahoo. Not in Yahoo, but Yahoo. Buddy Carfano, nothing like spring to the face happened to me the first time doing drum breaks. Oh yeah, it comes right out at you.
Yeah, that's always nice.
At least you weren't replacing front springs like on a lower control arm and have it come flying out. I watched a guy do that one time. The first time he took one apart as a big Chevrolet, and he undid the ball joint without putting a jack under it, and the spring went flying right by his head. And he looks around, he goes, "What was that?" I go, "That's you almost died." KJ Cotty says Annapolis is really cool. You know, I've never been there. Never been to Annapolis. And you know, the part of Baltimore I went to is probably the worst part. But I had to go to the federal building.
Can they see the part?
Yeah, they can see the part. Yeah, they're looking at everything you're doing pretty well. I mean, it's close up of where you're working.
Yep. Greasy fingers and all.
You know,
that one we don't use.
When I was living up there, I always wanted to go up to Annapolis. There was a restaurant. See, on Saturday morning, there was a guy I worked with, and we would always go to a different restaurant. And there was one up in Annapolis, and we never went up there, but we were going to. And then there's that bridge that goes across to the, what do they call it, the Eastern Shore?
You can change off of that for a few minutes because I got to work over here.
You got to work over there? Okay, so.
But I'm going to be back to the
change press. Cams?
Yeah.
So I just never went over to that Eastern Shore across that bridge, and I should have. But I don't live up there anymore. I was, I was all over the places in Maryland and Ohio and Oregon, Arizona, just constantly moving from one location to another in that job. Barrow springs and struts are one of the few things on a car that spook me. I used to have these really nice clamps. Actually, I guess they belonged to a guy that owned the shop. But we hook them on the springs. You know, you jack the car up from under the ball joint, lower ball joint, hook those things on there. Then as you left them down, the spring would kind of curl a little bit. So that when you, and it also held it somewhat compressed. But it was still like having a time bomb, you know. You gotta be really careful with that thing. And then over there behind where Kim's working, you probably can't see it, but barely. There's the vertical thing there with the camera right behind it. There's a red thing on the wall. That's a spring compressor for McPherson strut. You put a McPherson strut in there, turn it, and just collapses down. You can take the McPherson strut all apart. But I haven't used that thing in years because everything that we do is older cars now. There's no McPherson struts. McPherson struts. Francis Scott Key Bridge. Is that the name of that bridge? Big, long, like a causeway bridge thing that goes across from somewhere around Annapolis over to the Eastern Shore. I always wanted to go over there, but just never did, you know. Had no real reason to go other than just to go see what it looks like. That sounded like a hammer.
Sorry.
Dean Stevens, I mess with springs a lot, but I had a 20-ton Amsler, some kind of thing, load tester, and I cut springs with a cutoff wheel to adjust the spring rate on plenty of coil-over A-arm Falcons. Those coil-over A-arm Falcons, are they like just like they were here in the early Falcons where they had a coil above the upper control arm? Lots of pressure on the upper control arm. I didn't especially like that arrangement. Oh, gotta watch those Dart and Valiant front springs. They don't fly out at you. Dart and Valiant front springs. Just loose them up and slide them out.
You can't get them out if they're not loose.
The big long straight springs.
They're not coming out. There's no way to get them out of there if they're under tension.
So
That's
the thing with the
one safe thing about
Darts and the Valiants, they never coiled them up.
they had straight.
Beg a billion. I always say beg a billion. Springs are not an issue. The aftermarket shocks that you have to take a hammer to may be an issue. Barrows, pressing the bearings off a Scout 2 axle. We had one explode and launched it across the shop, and it struck the cinder block wall like an arrow. Jeez.
All right, you can turn the side camera on again.
Turn the side. The bridge that collapsed is the front. Oh, no, not that one. I'm talking about the one that goes over the Eastern Shore. Okay, Kim, we're back to dual cam. Dual Kim or dual cam. No. Yeah, I knew what bridge that was. It just didn't make sense to me. For sure. Yeah, that's right in Baltimore area. No, I'm talking the bridge that goes from Annapolis over to Eastern Shore of Maryland. Lester LeSabre said I had a spring from an Omni strut shoot from my driveway into the neighbor's yard. Oh, man, good thing nobody was there. Yeah, our Aussie Falcons kept the coil spring set up until 88. See, I like the looks of those cars, but I don't like those coil springs up on top. A lot of weird pressure on the upper inner shaft bushings and that's where all the pressure is, real heavy duty pressure on those upper inner shaft bushings. And I replaced a lot of upper inner shaft bushings on Falcons and Mustangs.
Go to full screen.
Go to full screen, yes, ma'am.
Dust Devil's here. Did Dust Devil here?
Barrows is here.
Reading the Dust Devil. Never mind. I thought Dust Devil.
Oh, you were coming over here to see Dust Devil.
Barrows too, though. It's not. We're talking a van class in No Name Nationals.
Oh.
And John Wilburn seemed very favorable about it. And so did Nick the Van Man. So I think we're gonna have a van shootout or something like that.
Dual Kims is a good thing to have. There's not that many of us. Oh yeah, you're a Kim too.
Barrows is also a Kim. We're tri-Kim. If you
There's a whole bunch of Kims. Because Dr. Ghostwife is Kim.
Yeah.
And you're Kim, and he's Kim.
Okay, put it back on the.
Who else do we know that's Kim? There's somebody else on here that's Kim. Oh, I know who it is. It's this guy that I watch his CB stuff on Thursday night. His live 390 Wagon Master. His wife is Kim. Lots of Kims. So we don't have dual Kim. We have dual cam. Do you need me over there or not?
No.
Okay. In 89, our Falcon went to an odd setup, basically a McPherson strut with upper and lower arms. Was the spring on the bottom? Because see, that's how a Fox body is. The spring's on the bottom on the lower control arm, and there's no upper control arm. It's just like a McPherson strut with no spring. I really like that arrangement because it's really easy to deal with. Do anything with the strut, you just put a jack under the lower control arm and take the strut off. 2 bolts on the bottom and something on the top. Even the Camaros, the third generation Camaros, the setup was very similar. Very similar front suspension.
I don't know, I think this is better than a rock. I don't care what Tony
You
says.
think it's better than a rock? I don't know what Dean Stevens is. There's some encrypted message there. SALS. I don't know what that is. So the spring was on the bow strut, but they kept the upper arm to the knuckle. Okay. But Carfano supercharged 3.8 in Lumina APV van could be cool for no-name national class. Oh man, are there any of those things left? I had one that was the Pontiac version of that, the Pontiac Transport, but there's none of those left. I think they all got caught in what that thing was called, the Cash for Clunkers. Man, they just disappeared off the scene immediately.
It's almost as if they were.
And well, I liked mine. You know.
Yeah, I know.
I liked that big old, dustbuster van. And I had mine was a '95 Pontiac, so the nose looked more like a Grand Prix, but it still had that long windshield and the dustbuster look. I love driving that van around, but that van was kind of a piece of shit because somebody didn't care for it when the last person, I got it used, an as is thing, and the power steering pump didn't work, and there were seats missing, and it came from eBay, and the dealer was not honest about, like it was like, oh, nothing's wrong with it. Well, there's seats missing and windows that don't go up and down and no power steering pump. And, it was a big old project and it was a repo. So, nobody cared about it. So I struggled with it for a while and then eventually sold it. But as far as the design goes and everything, I liked it. That particular one had been beat to death. Short arm, long spindle. Oh, I see. Short arm. Yeah, I understood that short. You see, it was a Porsche 928 and Mercedes Benz W126 style. I'm not even sure. I don't think I ever worked on a 928 Porsche. BMW 6 Series strut top. Never worked on any of those cars. I had a friend that had a 928 Porsche. I was over there. He was working on it. He had the floorboard off the passenger side, and it was actually wood. It had a wooden floor in a Porsche. I was like, wow, really? '83 through '89 Honda Prelude had a similar system. Everyone was doing it. Yeah, I wish they kept doing that. What?
That out.
You're way out of focus when you get that close to the camera.
My hands are getting so greasy.
Your hands are so greasy you can't do anything.
I cannot, but I can't. I can't not get greasy. It's just really bad.
Yeah, I know.
Ugh. Boy. Circ removed.
What?
I gotta take the grease zerk out. In the damn line.
Okay. So, Dean, you know all these things. What's the Mercedes that's got the big, long, kind of high top looking station wagon thing? I don't know what Mercedes that is. That's what I had in England. It was a giant station wagon, had 3 rows of seats, and it said 4MATIC on the back. But I don't remember what the name of the car was. King Xerxes with an X. Anyone rip a Cubs story yet in here? I'm not sure what that means.
What?
Bag of Billions says, anyone rip a Cubs story yet in here? What does that mean? No, no, not a van, Dean. It's a station wagon, giant station wagon. Um, God, what were those things? There were some of them had diesels and some of them had. There's something 350 and they had a just a. Yeah, let me see what I can find. Ben's Vito. Her sweatshirt. Oh, her sweatshirt. Oh, Kim's sweatshirt. Oh, I don't know what that's about. Okay, so
Wrigley Field. My sweatshirt says Wrigley Field.
okay, that's why because he was asking about Cubs, and I didn't know
Ah, it is a second-hand sweatshirt.
it's a
What am I?
second-hand sweatshirt. That's why I'm
What
gonna
am I
find
wearing?
this station wagon.
Oh,
Well, the ones here. Ah, jeez, that's missed. That's a miss. Uh, why is this so difficult? Why is this so difficult?
it was easy. Anybody could
Images,
do it.
images. R class. It's a wagon called an R class. Almost looks like a minivan. It's like a cross between a minivan and a wagon. Yeah, sometimes in England we had an R class wagon. And I was quite a bit heavier then. You know, we looked like 4 big fat Americans running around in a R class Mercedes wagon. It's a big, comfortable car though. But it's the only thing we could find with an automatic transmission there. And the guy that was on our team that rented it, he rented it because it was the only thing he could get with an automatic because he couldn't drive a manual, especially with his wrong hand. I wonder if people would have thought we'd still be driving cars 60 years after they were new. Nope. What did I just say? It was G Wagon? I don't remember now. I already put the phone down. But car finally, if you are talking about the new ones, I don't think they will be driving them 60 years from now. No, because the modules won't be available. As soon as they're 10 or 12 years old and you can't get the modules, those are dead cars. Doesn't matter how good the body is. Already got problems with that. Getting modules from wrecking yards and then having to reprogram the modules with the right VIN and sometimes I can't do that. And it's like somewhere in one of these bins back here. I've got a radio from a Grand Prix that I really liked the radio in the Grand Prix. Oh, here we go. Ads inserted. Okay, I'll just be quiet for a minute while everybody deletes their ads. At least they tell us. Uh, Barrow says, "Oh, at Dimes for Dollars, that there will be more 120-year-old cars on the road than 60-year-old cars 60 years from now." Yeah, because Mercedes-Benz asked big media to zero in on new car choices. Our classes are cool. Yeah, it was in our class. I can't see any ad. Yeah, Tavo, you're not seeing those because the way something you did. Um, the I don't remember what the heck I was saying now. I don't know. I lost my train of thought because of stupid ads.
Sorry. Oh.
Oh, I know what I was saying. I've got a radio. I rented a Grand Prix one time. And I really liked the radio in that thing. It was great. So I got on eBay and I bought one of those radios. I was going to stick it in my car. Except the only way it'll work is if it's in the correct year Grand Prix and you take it to the dealer and get it programmed. It's like, are you kidding me? I can't just put this radio in a car? Nope. It only fits in a Grand Prix and only if it's programmed by the dealer. It's like, why does it have to be so integrated into the system?
They can't steal it. It's anti-theft. I didn't say it was a good idea. I just said that's what.
Yeah, something about Grand Prix radio. Yeah. So I've got one of those radios over here, but I don't know how to make it work in anything other than if I go out and buy a 2007 Grand Prix. There's a tonality in your voice that says it is saying, "Heck, I'm glad I paid for no ads insert." Flat out love ads. Well, here's the deal. I was able to monetize these live shows where they only had a ad at the beginning and the very end, and I was good with that. That's fine. But then tonight I was trying to fix that, and they made it so there's ads in the middle, and I couldn't make it stop. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna work on it some more, see what I can figure out, but I don't really want them running in the middle of the live. That sucks. I guess I could just demonetize the whole thing, but we do make a little money, and it's nice because the money we make from this and the super chats and stuff paid for like the new computer we got, and paid for a few little things. We're not getting rich by any means, but you know, after a month, it adds up to $100 or something. That's pretty good.
It's not usually that much yet. We're hoping.
Yeah, I think last month it was about $100 with the super chats and the little bit we get from the videos.
Really? I look, we're getting $1 a day from videos, and then more for super chats.
And super chats, yeah, it adds up to the super chats added up to it's close to 100. Maybe it wasn't quite 100.
You guys, we appreciate your generosity. We don't expect it though. It's not really part of our budget, so anything that we make is a big help.
Dean Stevenson says it prevents thefts or stops thefts. I came out this morning and the Valiant, my Valiant, the hood's popped open on it. So I said to Kim, "Did you open the hood on the Valiant?" No. So I went over there and opened the hood, and there's no battery in it. Like,
The battery was out.
somebody took my battery. Well, then I got talking to her about it. She goes, no, I pulled the battery out quite a while ago.
Yeah, put it on a charger.
Put it on a charger. So she did that, but she closed the hood properly. So somebody opened that hood last night or in the morning, and maybe they were looking for a battery and there wasn't one. I don't know, but somebody came on our property and opened up a hood on a car. It's like, are you kidding me? You know, it's like Pat's code for smart lock. Yeah. Why can't I just put a radio in a car?
Thieves. Because of thieves.
I got some old.
Those people ruin it for.
Well, now you got to have the correct year radio, correct year car, and get it programmed. It's like, do I want a radio that badly that I got to go buy the correct year car? No, not even close. So I don't know what I'm going to do with my car. I would like to have the infotainment center in there that goes to the phone, but I'm sure I can buy some aftermarket thing that will do that. Because I did like that. I did like that on the Mazda. It's just I don't want anything that's so integrated that the car won't run without the radio. You know, that's.
Who was telling me the mirror got knocked off a car and it wouldn't start?
Oh, I know, somebody's mirror got knocked off and then the car wouldn't start.
Who was telling me about that? Were you there?
No.
Who was? Oh, it was at my group last night.
Was that your group last night?
Yeah. They had a car and the mirror got knocked off. That was it.
Now, a friend of mine in Arizona makes these big speakers. Speakers that are like 2.5 feet across or something. Big boom, boom, boom speakers for cars. And when he installs those things and an amp and everything, they're in newer cars, and the cars won't start afterwards unless he takes the old radio and leaves it all connected and puts it up behind the dashboard, ties it up there with zip ties, and leaves everything hooked up, and then the new radio and the new amp and all that has to get connected directly to a battery so that it'll work. But the old radio has to be in the car somewhere so the modules think that the radio's there and then let the car run. It's ridiculous, you know. Oh, it says I'm back. Had a computer issue when I wasn't looking. Uh-oh. But he says, I got old pull-out stereo sitting in my garage. Yeah, I've got a thing here, a tote. It's got a bunch of old car radios in it. I kind of want to get one and use it for DXing, if anybody knows what that is, like chasing AM radio signals at night or something. Oh, Dean says I could be a undiagnosed subliminal thief. Olive says, well, for Mopar A-bodies, I know you can use the stock knobs on aftermarket volume and tuning and tone pots with a little filing. Yeah, it's just what I want to do is get one that's got, infotainment center in it, so my phone will work through the speaker. But I'm gonna have to buy something aftermarket to do that. Can't just buy a used automotive out of something else that I like. Barrow's 1965 and down A-body Mopar and 1940 Pontiac had built-in anti-theft hood. If you don't know how to open them, they're tricky. What? 65 and down A-body? Really? Bag a billion. There's a Tubi. Did everyone like a caveman? I'll go see if he still makes vids. Olive says nowadays you can just use an MP3 player and Bluetooth speaker if you want modern tunes or get a tablet or see. I got lots of music on my phone, and I used to just Bluetooth into the Mazda. Well, 1978 car isn't going to have that, but that is not as important to me as the phone. When the phone would ring, I just answer it on the Bluetooth, and I just sit there and talk like this person was next to me. That was really nice. But I'm looking. There's aftermarket radios that'll do that. I'll probably do that because I like going down the road, like on a trip, and being able to talk on the phone without touching anything. That is pretty nice. Yeah, and as far as the navigation goes, I'm old fashioned there. I got a separate what do they call it? Yeah, a separate GPS. Your mission center is driven through 12-inch LCD screen, which happens to be your stereo and HVAC system. Yeah, yeah. You know what I'll do is probably get like a what do they call it? A single din. There's single din radios you can get that have the Bluetooth with the phone will come through. Yeah, I could do that. It's an undiagnosed OBD3 car buff. OBD3. You know what I'm afraid of? Here's what I think's going to happen, and I think this is going to happen. Is OBD2 is about over, and I don't know if they'll call it OBD3 or whatever they'll call it. But what it'll do is when your check engine light comes on and your car stops and coasts off the side of the road, it'll send all the codes off to some government service, and AI will tell some dealership what you need, and the tow truck will come get you, and they'll tell the dealership what, some bozo mechanic that doesn't know anything, what modules to change. It'll be really expensive, and they won't get it right, and you'll just be stuck. You'll be stuck with their nonsense. Because I see so many people that do know how to troubleshoot these new systems, and many times it's not 4 or 5 modules that go to bad. It's a chassis ground or something. And of course, then they get codes for 4 or 5 or 6 modules all at the same time, and the dealer wants to just replace all the modules. But a smart person will go, wait a minute, why'd all these modules go bad at the same time? And start chasing down what's going on, and they usually find a bad ground somewhere between the engine and the chassis or something. But that's because you got somebody there smart enough to actually troubleshoot the problem. Let's see here. My wife bought a JBL broomstick Bluetooth speaker for her phone, and it sounds better than most stock stereos. I toss it on the dash of these classics and leave the stock AM in there. Yeah, does that work with your phone as well? So her phone rings through it? I'd be happy with that as long as where's it get its power? You got to charge it too. That's another thing. You end up with a lot of stuff that has battery chargers. Um, I use the tape deck as an access, hooks up to my cell phone. Peckerwood Custom Simple is always better, Tavo. What part of Australia are you from? Dean Stevenson on Fox Mustangs. That's what we use as a swing out screen. Country, South Australia. Yeah, he sent me pictures of where he is. It's kind of out where there's not much else. Probably some animals out there. And I think there's railroad tracks that go by. Yeah, Tava, what out of those tracks? I bet they're for like everything that goes across the whole outback and everything. Like a billion XNA on the John Deere. I don't know what that is. Ixnay? Oh, XNA on the John Deere. Peckerwood Customs, nice. Amberley, Kildee, what's that? Queensland. Oh, so Peckerwood, you're in You're in Australia as well? Dean Stevenson, I hope so, but if you don't want them to go broke, do you? The automaker, the automaker has to get permanent paywall at your expense. You know, they are running themselves out of business. Who wants this crap, you know? You go out and spend $80,000 on a truck that you can't fix. Uh, Barrows, it charges through the cigarette lighter, but the battery will last about four hours. JBL makes them. Yeah, see, I'd like that if I could hook it up uh, to a power point in the car. That'd be okay. Grain trains and the north to south, east west main lines run through the next town. Yeah, see, I was looking on the map about where you were because you told me where you were, and I kind of looked because I like to see where everybody's from. You know, I looked there and it looked like it's kind of sparsely populated out there, but there were train tracks going by and there was a road. You know, so I figured you had you had traffic through there. I'm going through the cough drops, I'll tell you, but I'm feeling much better. Kim, how you doing over there?
I'm on the last joint.
On the last joint. Kim's on her last joint.
That doesn't sound good.
That doesn't sound good.
Maybe we should,
Last U joint.
maybe we should say it like that instead.
So we almost have a complete drive shaft,
Hey,
I think. So does everybody like the dual cam? Kind of see what Kim's doing, kind of see what I'm doing. I'm over here just reading chat.
you're doing great. You like
I don't know this. I kind of miss the Mazda because it had all that fancy stuff in it. But what I don't like about the Mazda was it was all interdependent on each other. If one thing fails, nothing works, you know, and that sucks. So I don't mind having like I wouldn't mind having like a cam on the right side of the car so it catches my blind area, but I want it to be a separate thing. Put a little lipstick camera out there, or the Bluetooth radio so I can talk on my phone. And I don't know if I really want anything else. Oh, the GPS is separate because I use the Garmin GPS. But yeah, I'd like to have that stuff in the car I'm starting to call the Fairmont, which is actually a Mercury Zephyr. All trains from Perth to Sydney and back, and Adelaide to Perth or Darwin run through the town I work in. Oh, I see. Have you ever been to Darwin? Darwin. Is that the city that's right in the middle of Australia? Uh, how do New Zealanders and Australians feel about each other? They're pretty far apart. I don't know if they can feel about each other. Tavo, yeah, I like the dual cam setup. Dean Stevenson, Elon Musk has set the standard for monetary car payment procurement. It's like Patreon. Well, yeah, everything's going to be subscription. You're going to subscribe to a car. What a bunch of nonsense.
well, that's how they'll convince you to give up your car. You'll be able to afford the subscription for the new car, but then you'll always have to pay because you'll never own anything.
You'll never own anything.
And then if it gives you trouble, you have to pay to trade up. But if you're willing to own your car, like lease it for a certain number of years, then you'll just get a new free one every couple of years. This way they can keep upgrading you.
Oh, that Darwin. Yeah,
Just
okay.
like
Is
your
it
phone.
bring my phone?
Just like your phone.
Oh, just like my phone. Darwin is at the top in the middle. Okay, Alice Springs. That's what I was thinking of. Is the center. It said the red center. I think he meant the maybe red center, dead center. Alice Springs is a place I always thought would be interesting to visit. Probably nice and warm. Kind of what I like. Most of the Kiwis are all right. That's what Peckerwood says. Dean Stevenson, Australians are much nicer than sheep. KJ Kylie, even the rough ones like Peckerwood are much better than the roughest sheep. Jeez. Peckerwood Custom thanks Dean, I think. Yeah, you never know what Dean's going to say. I bet he reads it out loud, yeah. like, like birds of a feather. Dean has some videos that are kind of odd. Like he has ones where he's just the camera looking at his bare feet, walking out to his mailbox and open up. This is like snail mail. Open up the mailbox and maybe nothing's in there. Maybe one piece of paper, and then you see his bare feet, but you never see him. Kind of interesting video. And then he sent me pictures. I thought he took them with a drone, but he took them over the top of what I would call an interstate highway, but it's whatever they have there. And he goes, "No, I was on a bridge." And I'm thinking, "Oh yeah, of course you're on a bridge. Why would I think that's a drone?" So he took pictures of that. And Dean sent us some pictures of cars that they had when he was a kid, and some 1960s or 1970s cars from down under. Velox or Velox or Velox, I don't know how you pronounce it. Tells us want. Kiwis have a different vision of Mariah Carey Christmas song. All I want for Christmas is a EWE, is a U. Dean says, my most complicated videos, Buff. Well, I like one of the more recent ones where you're looking at your No Name National shirt. It's upside down because you're standing on the bottom of the planet. So they sent you an upside down one. And then you're standing there like this, looking down. You go, well, it's right side up to me.
Wow.
That was pretty good. You. Oh. Cars in the 60s and 70s here were the best ones. Yeah, same here, I think. That's why I just bought a 70s car. Barrow's Idaho version of Pimp My Ride is a trucker hauling a sheep to Montana. Yeah, I'm kind of happy I bought that 1978 car, because the few things, electronics I like, I can put in that car, but the whole car won't be dependent on them. The car right now, the most complicated thing in there is what, the AM radio. I guess there's electronic ignition. That's going to take a crap because there's some black goo running out the bottom of that electronic ignition box. So at some point I'm going to have to replace the ignition box. Or maybe the one with the goo running out of it will last forever. I don't know.
This is a possible one. That's your big mistake, is you replace the glue.
Don't replace the bad one. It's the best one you're going to get. Yeah, what's that ignition box called?
That's a Ford Duraspark.
It's what? Oh, Duraspark. Yeah, it's Duraspark. And it's got black goo running out of it. Ooh.
But it still works.
It still works just fine.
All the way over to Texas it worked. I don't know if you guys can see anything that I'm doing.
Oh, we can't see quite what you're doing with your hands, but we do now. You were like out of the picture just slightly. But yeah, we're watching what you're doing. You're right centered up in that cam just fine.
I meant to drop everything.
Yeah, Buddy Carfano, smart buying a 78 car, nothing you can't fix. It's kind of nice to open up the hood on that car because it's got a 6-cylinder in it. It might not be my favorite, but it's okay. But you lean over and you look down and you see, like I got it parked in the grass. You know what I see when I look in the hood? Grass on either side of the engine. In a new car, all you see is this engine cover and wiring harnesses and modules, and you can't see anything. You see this thing that's just, where's my camera? It's like this. It's the same shape as the hood, and it's a bunch of wires and vacuum lines and engine cover. Yeah, the old cars, they didn't have an engine cover on them. I don't know what the engine cover is for. Hold the heat in? Shit, I don't know.
Noise. The engine cover on the newer cars is the quiet valve train noise because it upsets people.
Dean says bending the accelerator pump to increase or decrease the pump stroke is pretty complicated on the Holly 1946 one barrel. Is that what that is? The 1946 Holly?
What on this car?
On my car.
No,
You worked on that car. You worked on that carburetor. What was it?
The 19. Oh, the carburetor isn't that like a Holly 2280?
I don't know. It's a single
No,
barrel.
it's not a 2280. Wait, the one that was on your car?
No,
oh, the one that's on your
my Ford. My Ford.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I think that's what Dean's talking about. Holly 1946. The sad thing about those things is that intake manifold, it's integrated into the head. So you either got to machine it off and put more carburetors on it, or the other thing is the intake and exhaust runners are so small they don't flow much, and there's just nothing available for them. So I don't know.
We'll make it work.
Yeah, put the turbo on it, force some air to
It'll be
it.
a fun experiment. We're good at experiments.
Nothing wrong with 6. Didn't need a big horsepower for everyday driver. You know what? And an automatic transmission works great. If I stick my foot in it, kicks it down and takes off, goes up any hill, just accelerate.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Interstate going 75 miles an hour, it accelerates.
Enough engine. I mean, it's not a race car.
You can convert that Duraspark to a GM module pretty easily. They wire up nearly the same, and the GM is much cheaper and easier to hide and protect under the hood. We had problems with those, though. We had one of the GM ones on, what was it on? It's on my Valiant. That stupid thing would make the advance go the wrong direction. So as you added power, it would go the, what do they call it? There's a word I can't use that begins with R, but it's negative advance. Let's put it that way. If not, buy 2 Duraspark boxes and stick one under the seat. I had a car. I always kept a Duraspark in the glove compartment. And you know what? I never needed it. Before I did that,
keep that spare Duraspark, you'll never need it. But
that's right. Before I did that, I had them go bad, and then I got a Duraspark, an extra one in the glove compartment. I never needed another one. So I don't know.
This is the way she goes. All right, I'm going to see if I can
just
find
need
this
2 inch and 3/4 holes. Weld a plate to hold 2 other Holly 1946 one barrels. 3 one barrel carbs. See, and there's even a kit you buy that you machine the top of that off, that log, and you gasket and screw that thing on there. You got 3 one barrels, but you still got little tiny ports that I might flow more. But yeah, I don't know. And I got a set of headers for it. That car came with a brand new set of headers for that 6-cylinder in the trunk, still all wrapped up in plastic, brand spanking new. So, I could put those on. Yeah, he says just drill. What are you doing? Just drill 2 1 3/4 inch holes. Well, the plate, yeah, and I'm pretty good at brazing stuff onto cast iron. I can do a really good job on that. I used to drill core asphalt in 60 MPa. I don't know what that is. Concrete. Kim, what's MPa concrete? We used to drill the cast iron intake log. No machining required. Yeah, the kit I knew about, you just lop the top of that. You just lop the top of that log manifold off, and there's a thing that bolts on there. But yeah, I bet you could do it without that.
Look at that.
The real definition of night owls. Here, all Buff and Kim. That's Bagabillion. You found clips that went flying.
I mean, we're not even just up. We're still working.
Yeah, you know how long we've been on here, Kim?
No.
We're
Oh.
coming up on 4 hours.
Oh wow. Well, I bet, but the drive shaft, it's almost done. I don't want to. I'm having a hard
Yeah,
time.
Barrow says Offie still makes that triple kit, but it's kind of a pain in the ass to get the seal. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah, I think Dean actually is probably right. You just drill. Okay, so we got ads. Sorry about that. I'm gonna just kind of take a break here for a minute. Okay, Kim, I'm gonna leave it on you over there. I'm gonna walk away from the chat for a minute. I gotta go look at this fire. It's starting to cool off in here. I don't know what's going on. Where's my glove? I need my gloves. Oh yes, what's going on? Stir. Okay, Kim, I'd say we have about a half an hour left of wood fire in there, and I don't want to really add any more wood.
We start wrapping up. I don't have to finish this tonight. It's close. It's really good.
Is that all you want to do is get it close tonight? I mean, you're almost there, okay, but you can do whatever you want. Let's see here.
I mean, I don't want to overdo you. Are you staying warm enough?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I am when I'm in front of the heater here. Let's see here. Office still makes that. It's a very bad design. As much as I like it, Ack Miller used it to great success in the Mavi GT. But Carvana, keep the Zephyr alone and just drive it simple, sometimes better. Yeah, and I've thought about that. And like I said, the things I really want to do to that car right now is I'm going to have to put a heater in it. So that's a maintenance item, not a change. And then I'll probably put a radio in it that's a like a single DIN that'll fit in the stock hole that has uh, the Bluetooth. Or I'll do what I think it was Barrow suggested: throw a thing up on the dash that's Bluetooth. Sounds good. I don't know. I might do that. All it says 4 hours, but getting that drive shaft right. Well, what else? You did something else too, didn't you? Or you just been drive shafting it the whole time?
This has been pretty much all
4 hour drive shaft job. Yeah. Well,
yeah.
Shortened the drive shaft, welded it, got it all straight, welded it. Just getting the U joints in it. Yeah.
How much does it cost to have a drive shaft shortened?
Oh God, I don't know anymore. Go to a machine shop and have a drive shaft done. Plenty. More money than we have. Dean Stevenson, I personally put 3 carbs on it and put a driver's side TO360 turbo on it. Run what size is that turbo we have? Run the pipe under the gearbox like a 2.3 carb turbo, and use a '69 Boss Mustang shaker as an intercooler. Well, that'd be kind of funny. Put one of those. Oh, I know exactly what Scoop you mean. There's a lot of room up front. I could put an intercooler up there. I have an intercooler and a turbo and everything. I was going to put on a slant, but I could put it on that car probably. But most likely, I'll just do some maintenance stuff on it and leave it alone. Uh, Bag a Billion. Well, it's after midnight. No fangs or claws came out, but Buff might have to show his nails for the off screen. With 3 carbs in the right cam, it's a 220 horsepower net engine. Really? Can you make it turn fast enough to do that? With 12 psi boost, that's 1.82 boost ratio, 400. Yeah, I'm not even going to do that. I'll break it. Arrows. One of these days, I'd like to go to Inglewood Park Cemetery in Inglewood, California, to pay respects to Fred Offenhauser, hands down to my all-time favorite builder. Wow. Inglewood Park Cemetery. Inglewood Park Cemetery. What is the national cemetery that's near there? There's a national cemetery. It's got all armed forces people in there. I walked through that one time. Dean, we had one guy who did 13 twos and quarter miles with 83 Mercury or 83 Mustang with stock 1 barrel and 16 pounds of boost. No cam, no headers. All stock, just boost. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You just put boost, the thing would go like crazy. KJ Kylie, Offie Portasonic. Yeah, Kim, we've been on here 4 hours. What are you going to do? Wrap that up? Or oh, yeah, you're going to wrap that up. Okay. We'll just stay on while she's putting that yoke on there. Unless she wants to quit. Yeah, I did heater core on a Fairmont 10 years ago, about 10-hour job, if I remember right. Yeah, what I remember is the book gives 8.3, and you cannot do it in 8.3 hours. The guys I knew that did it 8 hours, they left clips out and they left screws out and clips out and just did a terrible job. They got it to work, but didn't do it nicely. Yeah, I used to tell people, back when I did that stuff, I'd tell people, leave the car for 2 days.
And they thought you were nuts. They want it now, now, now. It's like it takes all day to do 8 hours of work. What do you want me to do?
Oh yeah, and then of course I got to answer the phone and talk to other customers that come in and work on other things. And Barrow says, "Great seeing y'all tonight. Are you taking off?" Let's see here. Okay, yeah, he's taking off. Barrows, yeah, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Dean Stevens, there are 3 part numbers for Offenhauser's tri-power intakes. Only one is made now. And I'm surprised they still make that stuff.
Yeah, that's wow.
Probably it might be new old stock sitting there. I don't know. Hard to say. Like a bit and keeping the chat active and live. My humor may be a bit lame.
No, you're fine.
You're fine.
We appreciate you being here.
Paolo says adios. I think he's saying adios to Barrows. Yeah, Buddy says change the AC evaporator at the same time. You don't want to take it apart again. Yeah, I was telling Kim I might just redesign the whole box so you can pull the stuff out from the firewall, from the engine side of the firewall. Oh man, I hate those jobs. Horrible. I gave a guy a quote on one time. It wasn't a Fairmont, but it was a what they call a thing. It was like right after the Fairmont. It was the same body. It was just called the LTD. Had a different nose on it, you know. And that car was barely a year old, and it already had a leaking heater core. And I gave him a quote on it. And he was all upset. He left. He went to the Ford dealer, came back, and he goes, "Well, they quoted me like $10 less than what you did." He goes, "What do you think of that?" And I said, "I think you ought to take it to the Ford dealer." He goes, "You want to bid like a little lower?" I go, "No, I don't even want to do that job. Nobody wants to do that job. Those things are horrible. Take it to the Ford dealer." He got even madder at me. You know, it's like, well, you know, sorry, but
Not only were you
I'm
a jerk,
I'm
you tried to beat me up on price.
I'm busy and I don't have time to screw with that thing. I should have quoted twice as much. Yeah, can if you have an AC model and open that HDPE case, physically seal it. The AC cost is an antidote. Further service later on. Yeah, you hope so if you get a good evaporator. I'm always worried about putting bad parts in. I've got a new heater core, but you can bet I'm going to pressure test that thing before we put it in. Yeah, old plastic could be brittle, making it worse. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. The last one of these I did was probably 10 years old. This one's, what, 47 years old? Yeah, these things are getting old. Yeah, I'll have that box out and I'll be reinforcing the whole thing with fiberglass. Or just making a new one, my design.
Yeah, 8 hours will turn to 50.
Buck Del Campo, let's see, Dean Stevens says, Buck Del Campo, I think maybe Tavo is saying adios because I'm behaving like an ass again. Oh, man. Kim's trying to put those Jesus clips in.
I don't know. I think maybe I'm sick
You about done?
of work.
Ferd did it. You know, I like the Fox bodies. You know, there were two cars I was really looking at were Fox bodies and then the Novas from 68 through 72. Because those are really a nice car. You know, they're the same thing, a nice, solid, simple car. But the Chevy Novas and the ones that are similar, like the Pontiac Ventura, they're man, do people want a lot of money for those? And it's just like the Fox body Mustangs; they want crazy money for them. And the but the Futuras and the Fairmonts, the price is much lower. So that made it possible, and it's still a pretty simple car. I just wish they hadn't done the heater the way they did it. But we'll struggle through it. The first thing you do when you're going to do one of those, you just bite the bullet and go in there and you take the seat out and get the seat out of the way so you can lay on the floor and you know you're going to be cussing at it. Turn the microphone off. uh, it's less at HDPE and more like the rim after 4 years. HDPE is high density polyethylene, and I don't know what rim is. RIM. Junk RD, I've been getting the 68 Valiant off the rotisserie I built. About an inch to go. Oh man. I had a rotisserie in here that I had airplane fuselages in, but mostly it's a part. I think we've got all the pieces and parts, so we actually could build one for a car pretty easily. But that would take a lot of space out of this place. I don't know what we. Yeah.
You never know. We might use it sometime.
The long wheelbase, it's certainly heavy enough to put a car body on. Buddy Carfano, customer made it was customer was made. It was $1,000 to put a $45 part in it. And
Yeah, they don't understand. Like that guy told us, oh, but I got the part. Well, it just needs rings, you know. Like
I had a 99, not the one it was. No, it was a '96 Mercury Sable wagon. I had several of those different Sables. Yeah, bad heater. Dang, dang. It had a bad heater, and I didn't want to do it. And I had a pretty good job at the time, so I went around trying to get somebody to do it. Nobody would do it. There was a business in town that was like a dealership, but they were not a dealership. They were just a good all around uh, shop with a really good reputation. And I had them do some work a couple of times. They wouldn't touch that. She said to me, it was a family run operation, and the woman goes, she goes, I don't think our mechanics want to do this. Let me talk to my husband. She went in the shop, came back. She goes, no, take it up to the Ford dealer. I took I took it up to the Ford dealer, and they didn't want to do it. So then I went back to her, and I like begging with her, and she goes, no, we don't want to do it. But she goes, you know what you do is she goes, unbolt the seat. It was a wagon, so she goes, unbolt the seat and flip the seat up on the deck. Put the deck down and flip the seat up there, and then you got room to work under there. And if you got somebody that can pull the windshield, do that. And I'm like, oh my god. Well, I didn't pull the windshield, but I had a camera back there between the windshield and where I had to pull the dash back, and I did that. It had a roof rack, and I had cargo straps up the roof rack, pulling there were wiring harnesses, and I'm pulling it without breaking the wiring harnesses, but pulling the wiring harnesses back until I could cram my hands in there and get stuff undone. What a pain in the ass job that was. And that's when I said, I'm never doing another one. And then here we go. I got another one to do. But at least it isn't one of those. Oh, it's Bakelite.
Oh, I'm done. I'm done.
You're done?
I'm done. Screw this thing. I got the wrong clip and it sucks.
You got the wrong clip?
All right, we're good. I probably have the right clip on one of them.
Somewhere else. Or so you done or what? Oh, you're looking for a clip. Okay.
One loss.
Bag of Billions says, sign us off with a kiss. Kim waits. KJ Kelly, it's closer to Bakelite. And it's still thermosetting. I don't know, to me, there's just no excuse for designing cars that take 8 or 10 or 12 hours to remove and replace a heater core. That's terrible. That's an item you're going to need to replace at some point. And to hide it up inside a system like that is just
there's surely no appreciable benefit for it to be in there that way.
Just criminal.
If there was a specific way, like something about the way it's installed that made it so much better, maybe, but to just be an asshole like that.
Dick Dashley, still going. Late night, just came in from the garage myself. Yeah, we shortened the drive shaft and got Kim just finished putting U-joints in it.
One clip away, I'm having a hard time giving up on her.
She's one clip away from having the drive shaft finished. I think she lost a clip or something.
Lost a clip behind her.
Yeah, we've been on here 4 hours and 15 minutes, I think. That's pretty long live for us.
Yeah.
Dean Stevenson, the fuse box is in the wrong place. The HVAC is inside the car, retained by the dash. Car is cramped the size. Oh, why'd that go off? You just do something. Your camera just quit.
My camera?
Your camera went black.
I see what you did.
What happened?
I just turned it off by mistake.
Okay, I just went back to the whole thing.
You can Go back to it. See if it comes back on.
It's something there.
Oh, okay, I can fix that.
Okay, we're back. Here's what I want to do. I've got this little panel here. I want to get rid of the fuse box and somewhere where I can reach. I want to put these guys like an aircraft has. You know, they're circuit breakers. Because when I'm in a car and I have a blown fuse, you know what it is. It's always at night in the rain, and I got to get outside the car and crawl underneath the dash and start poking around, and then I don't have the right fuse, you know. It'd be so nice just to push the breaker back in after you find the problem. And I may put breakers in that car. That's another thing I want to do. Breakers. Hey, it's the executive jet. Buddy Carvano, old Chevy truck, half-hour job, everything. Yeah, that's right. Those old Chevy trucks where it's like 2 hoses. I thought you were done hammering. It's 2 hoses, and then you pull like a cap off, and it comes out. And the full-size Fords were like that from the 60s into the 70s up through like 78. It's same thing as the Chevys. They just come out from that side. I mean, that's how they should all be.
Okay, I'm gonna crawl. You can do away with that camera.
I can do away with the camera?
Do away with the other. Yep.
Okay, so what are we doing now? Back to this. So you got it done?
Find out in about 1 minute.
Okay, so we give the Studebaker flasher, say, hurrah, the drive shaft's done, we hope. She's crawling under there, see if it fits. Now we'll find out the operational test. Kim's playing with whack-a-mole. Dastardly, my car has 1 fuse. Just the alternator to the battery. I like breakers, like in an airplane. Those breakers, you know. Some of the airplanes I don't think have like hundreds of breakers. Those breakers are actually expensive. They have breakers that are very similar, high quality breakers that are marine.
That is perfect.
It's perfect?
Perfect.
Kim says it's perfect. Now we'll give Kim a Studebaker flasher. See? There, Studebaker's flashing. Kim got a perfect drive shaft. Hooray for Kim.
It is the exact right length.
And are the connections all the same? It'll bolt up and everything?
It's bolted in.
It's already bolted in. Excellent.
Yep. And I'm sure it has the full amount of engagement that we want.
So there's lots of engagement.
Yep.
And it's not too much. It's not ramming up into the transmission.
No, you can still see the shiny part that was
okay, good.
Sticking out before, but only about 1/4 of an inch of it. So it's a 1/4 inch too short.
Ooh, 1/4 inch is all? Well, hopefully it doesn't move in any further than that.
Well,
you know,
good.
I had one that was too tight one time, and it rammed all the clutches together and ruined the transmission.
No, this one could go further forward if it wanted to, but it's not going to want to because that's not how Dodge rear end works. All right, I'm done. I'm not even going to tighten it all down. I just wanted to test the length. I'm going to come over there and say goodnight. And we're going to shut it down.
Kim said she's going to come over here and say goodnight. Got a drive shaft in. Kim, that was a pretty good run. We got the drive shaft done. We got it welded. Got it
drive shaft
all put together. Got it in.
Measured.
And you did a lot better. You did a lot more work on the drive shaft than I would have. I would have been going, that's good enough. And
what do you think, guys? Huh? That's some real serious stuff. I told you I was dedicated to getting this done. I feel like I'm going to.
You had too much?
Yeah, I pushed myself pretty hard.
Pushed yourself too much.
Running around.
It's 75 points. They're giving you 75 points. Where'd you get the 75 points?
Wait, I thought I was getting 100 points.
She thought she was getting
Buddy Carfano is still here. Thank you so much for sticking around, keeping us company.
Buddy Carfano's the first one
You
in
guys
there.
are great, really. I mean, really. Yeah, I got to do the linkage and the radiator and some wires, but it's everything that's left is stuff that was working on the car before we took the engine out. So I mean, there shouldn't be any big hurdles. None, none. It's gonna go together shortly now. One more night like this, and we'll have it all done, or maybe two more half nights.
Half nights.
All right.
What is this? I have a spring break at the races. Reverend housing. Is that rear end housing?
Rear end housing was twisting up around. Can't believe you didn't break anything. Wow. Oh, you had a spring break at the races.
We did?
Well, no, he did.
Oh,
I
he did.
I had a spring break
Oh,
at
I
the
see.
races. The rear end housing was twisting up around. So it was twisting. Wow, that would be crazy. Probably the wheel well stopped it from going any
Oh,
further.
jeez.
That sounds messy though. The spring perch weld broke. Gah.
Oh, God, this one, we did all that. We made the spring purchase and made the welds and everything on this rear end.
We
Because this
did.
rear end
Yeah.
had control arms, and now it has
No, it
leaf
didn't have
springs.
control arms. The perches were on the top.
Oh,
'cause
yeah,
was
it's for a truck. The perches are on the top. That's right.
Oh, you took up a GoFundMe and you only got 75? Well, I'll take what I can get. 75 kicks butt.
What is this? What is this?
Because remember, Buddy Carfano said he was going to give me 100 points if
Oh,
I
you
got
could
it right.
GoFundMe for points?
Yeah, well,
I see.
where else do you get
I
points
see,
from
I see.
the Buff and Kim show?
Okay, so, man, we got a lot done, and we've been on here for
Too long. You guys are
Four-
loyal,
4 hours
And
and 20 minutes,
we love you for it.
25 minutes.
Pokemon Go, get the fuse, honey. I don't even know. Hey, I got to tighten things up, get the Z bar in, get the shifter link. There's a bunch of little things to go, but it's going
It's
to
not
move
going to be tonight.
faster.
It's
I
not
mean,
gonna
that
be-
was the hardest job that I knew. That's why I hit it first because I want to get the biggest stuff out of the way. So we're down to hooking up shifter linkages that I already have made. So I think we're getting really in there. I got 175 today. I got 100 for it being the right length and another 75 for getting it in.
Oh, wow, the getting it in was easier.
I
But,
think.
of course, then you had to get it right. That took a lot of prep work, yeah.
Go get warm. See you later. Good luck. Thank you, Tim. That's
We are gonna
exactly
go to-
what we're gonna do.
Go to the house and get warm.
We
Although right now in here, it's like it's 60
it could be
in here.
worse. When they're
Yeah.
working, it's comfortable. But you guys are great. Thank you very much. Also, stay warm, feed yourself good, take care of the people that you love, and have a great holiday. We will see you on Tuesday or maybe tomorrow.
Or maybe
We'll see
so.
how we can go.
But Tuesday for sure.
But yeah, Tuesday for sure. So thanks for being here. We'll see
Okay.
you next time.
Take care.